Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward. Not exactly Joe Kapp there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's go. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app. Oh, man. 97.3 HD2, YouTube. I got a text yesterday from my best friend, Maura. My friend, Jesse. Best friends since we were, 13 or so, roughly. Since we were 13 years old. She's the best. And she texted me, 6 o'clock last night and said, hey, do you know what FM and AM stand for? And I wrote her right back with the answer, but it did dawn on me. Do you know what AM and FM stand for? Ian, also back in today, without looking it up. I see you Googling Ian, you cheater.
I'm writing the show sheet.
Don't you dare Google it. Do either of you guys off the top of your head know what AM and FM stand for?
I feel like I learned it at college at one point, but isn't it something to do with frequencies? Frequency
modulation?
Yeah.
Amplitude modulation. Now, don't ask me to explain what that means because I don't know. I just know what it stands for. Amplitude So you can find us on 710 amplitude modulation, or you can find us on 93 frequency modulation, high definition 2, if you want to get super formal, or the Seattle Sports application. We're really going to go deep. Or www.youtube.com. I can even put an HTTPS in there. Yeah, we'll go deep. We're going to go deep on where you can find us today. Because I don't know where, guys, we've hit a point. If Lyle were here, he'd be declaring the season over. He's not. The season isn't over, but it sure feels like it today. It does.
It feels grim.
It feels grim, and it's a combination of all the things we've been talking about throughout the year, all the problems they've had, the lack of success from the Stars, the problems with the consistency with the arms. The starting rotation has not delivered, as you noted, Maura, since the All-Star break. It has been not a strength the way it is supposed to be. The clutch factor has been below zero. The vibes are bad. The decision-making is bad. It's just bad. You fire the assistant hitting coach. It has had anything but the desired effect on the team since then. Not a surprise. All of these things together, the weirdness of, the Randy and Cal stuff and saying that you were a World Series team and, the piggyback and the 6-man, and all these things, every single one of them has just kind of gone awry. Any opportunity for something to go awry for this team, it has. And they've saved themselves at various times with some big moments and some big hits. And, they've had a couple players who've had good seasons, breakout seasons for Dom Canzone and Cole Young, right? Guys who deserve a lot of credit. But overall, you look at the team and, when you talk about a team being talented enough to be a World Series contender, it's not because they're being led by Dom Canzone and Cole Young at 22 years old. It's just not. Good on those guys. Great complementary pieces. Good on Randy. Really good walk year. But that's not why we're talking about this team as a World Series team. It's not. Of course not. And I got a ton of late night Mariner text. I'm not going to play the stinger, the late night Mariner text sound, because it doesn't feel like a day for it. I don't feel like making it funny. It doesn't feel funny today. It doesn't. There are days to make it funny. I don't want to. Salk, what I think is so frustrating with these Mariners that coming off the success of last year and coupled with the Seahawks success, it just seems like they don't chase edges. They focus on results instead of process. They don't do what is best for the team and are more concerned with pandering to egos versus what is best. Maybe guaranteed contracts have something to do with it, but it's just so incredibly frustrating. It's very frustrating. I think they chase edges. I think they're trying to, certainly behind the scenes. But I think you're right in terms of, I don't know if it's pandering to, I don't know if that's it, but there is certainly a lack of accountability, and we talked about that yesterday. Salk, I know you keep saying the Mariners are a good team, but I'm generally of the belief that good teams should win more games than they lose and not be under 500 in late July. So I want to be clear. I haven't been arguing the Mariners are a good team. I've been arguing they're a talented team, and I'm not going to back off of that. They are a talented team. That's why I mentioned the line from, Friday night as they were losing, and Dave Valley, who's watched a lot of baseball, looked at them and said, they should be killing this Texas team. They shouldn't even be in the same league. Texas doesn't have the talent that they have. That's what Dave Valley is saying, just looking at the two rosters. He's right. Two rosters shouldn't be close. Shouldn't be close. And I heard something after the game yesterday that I think fits into this, and I actually think it's a very important clip. Listen to George Kirby asked about losing 3 out of 4 to a team that they're right there with in the standings, and hear what he says and what I think what we would all believe he's trying not to say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think about any of that stuff, but, like, it just stinks because, you know, we've been a better team than them. So it just stinks that we didn't come out and play to our potential. So, yeah, for me, that just stinks.
I've never heard that phrase. We've been a better team than them. I like it. I think it says what we all know he's trying to say without actually using the words to provide bulletin board material and embarrass yourself for the future. But guys, I think we all know what George Kirby is avoiding saying out loud. We're more talented than they are.
We have no business losing to this team and not being in first place in this division.
It's embarrassing. We're much better than them. We have more talent. We are a better team than the Rangers, and we're not showing it. That's what George Kirby knows enough not to say out loud. Good on George. Absolutely handled it perfectly. A+ for media training for George. Perfectly stated. Perfect. But he's telling you the same thing Dave Valley is telling you, the same thing I'm telling you. They got too much talent for this to be a problem the way it is. And it is a big problem. Big.
I also don't know if I believe that you're not paying attention to the fact that, like, you're not in first place in the division.
But that's what he's got to say. I mean, fine. Yes, you're probably right. You're almost definitely right. Salk needs to circle July 28th on his calendar. This is the day he throws away his 2026 calendar that has 8 other circles that were supposed to represent the day the Mariners turn their season around. Yeah, maybe. That's funny. I like that one. Guys, I don't know how else to, like, put this. And I don't... If your team is this talented, and I believe they are, and I'm not backing off that, and they're not performing up to the level of talent that has been acquired and assembled, you got to point somewhere. And in my track record, I've said it over and over again, when things disappoint, you got to look at either the manager or coach, depending on the league, or the general manager. In this case, I think there's more talent on the team than being 3 games under 500. I'm not saying they got a perfect roster. They don't. I'm not saying there aren't issues. There are. But this roster is significantly better than it shows right now. Ultimately, that does need to fall on the coaching staff. That's just, and I'm just going with the same logic I've used on this show and on this station for a decade and a half plus. God, it's getting close to 2 decades. Ugh. But it's true. I've always said the same thing. If your team falls short, either you didn't acquire the right players, and that's on the GM, or you didn't coach them the right way. You didn't put them in the best position to succeed, and that's on the coach/manager. Like that, I just don't. The players are acquired. They're only here because somebody chose for them to be here. They didn't just materialize here in Seattle as Mariners or as Seahawks or whatever. A general manager or president, whoever it is, chose them. Either they drafted them, or they traded for them, or they signed them as a free agent. That's how you arrive places. And if they aren't the right players, then that's on the GM. And if they are the right players, but they weren't coached to the top of their ability, if they weren't put in the best position to succeed, then that's on the coach or the manager. I've never said anything different in the entirety of my time here. Can players be disappointing? Sure. Can you blame them in specific moments? Obviously, and of course. But at the end of the day, the players are here because they were brought here, and they are coached up or down by the people in charge of that part of the system, of the organization. That's the word I'm looking for. the coaching staff of this team has not done a good enough job. I think I just got to state it that clearly. If you're looking to place blame, obviously a lot of it goes on the players. They haven't done well, but I don't think Julio and Cal are the wrong guys. I don't think Naylor is the wrong guy. I don't think this pitching staff is made up of the wrong guys. I think that the chemistry is screwed up this year in a way that it hasn't been in a really long time, and everything I hear kind of backs that up. I'm not just yelling that from the sidelines. All the inside stuff I hear from the clubhouse it's not great. The vibes aren't great. That ultimately falls on the manager, the leadership. It has to. The coaching staff.
We have a text here from the 509 that's a good point. When we first, talked to Dan Wilson at spring training in his first full season last year, he said 162 battles.
Mm-hmm.
He wants his team to be prepared for that every night. And then even after the All-Star break this year, he kind of reiterated that the identity I want for us is that we come out ready to battle, ready to grind. And that's just not what we're seeing.
Happening. It's just not happening. So I don't know what the result of that is. I don't know what happens next. I know that if I were Dan Wilson and the rest of his coaching staff, I'd be looking at this next week and saying, I have to turn this around. And I've got to be the one to take action. Can't just wait for the players to do it. Can't just wait for a trade or a shakeup from above. It's got to come from the coaching staff. They are the ones that I think right now are most responsible. Obviously, the players are a huge part of it. I'm not taking away their responsibility. But who's got to take action? The coaching staff. And by the way, if the players love the coach and the manager in this case, they better show it by playing for him right now, by finding ways to win these games, by locking in, by being focused, by surprising the world, going into L.A. and beating the Dodgers at least 2 out of 3. You do that, and you got an opportunity, I think, to show that Dan hasn't lost the clubhouse, that there is something to the direction that he's taking the team. But if they believe that and they love him and they want him to be the skipper long term and they love the coaching staff around him, they got to show it. They've got to play like it. They've got to find a way through all this. We got to take a break. We'll be right back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. Bert Breer, Cooper Kupp, Jeff Passan, Big Day, Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Just 6 days out from the trade deadline.
We honestly don't know yet what direction this is going to go.
This might be that time to once again go for it.
I agree. Now's the time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive.
Deadline countdown, 7 days.
An additional bat would go a long way.
Yeah, I can see this going down.
Stay plugged in as the Mariners approach the trade deadline with Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on Us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
We're all looking for ways to add extra income without adding extra hours. How about joining a credit union where your money earns money? Dave Wyman for Harborstone Credit Union. They have a money market special offering strong returns for your hard-earned money. Open yours at harborstone.com/moneymarket and start earning 3.75 annual percentage yield. The best part is you retain full access to your money the entire time. That's harborstone.com, insured by NCUA.
Did you know that 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state? I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide financial support for breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Join us at Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 23rd at the Somme Hotel in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon of inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 23rd at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Introducing Wrangler Tough Light Jeans. The cowboy cuts you know and love. Now up to 20% lighter. Because lighter isn't a compromise. It's a better way to wear denim. Stay cool. Move with ease. Keep doing what you do. The durability you expect from Wrangler without the extra weight. Wrangler Tough Light. Tough jeans just got lighter.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
The champs are back.
Really excited to get going.
Nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of your Super Bowl champions, Seattle Sports.
Need a lift? In your business, equipment downtime is not an option. With parts in stock and factory-trained mobile technicians, Levitt Machinery is here to get your business back up and running. From forklifts to telehandlers, aerial lifts to track loaders. Trust Levitt Machinery to lift you back up and get your equipment back to work. Because at Levitt Machinery, if it's forked, we fix it. LevittMachinery.com. Give us a call today. Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over there at People Come First Construction Group. You know I love my acronyms, PCF. They designed and built our outdoor living space for Molly and I, and we just loved it. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get started on your new dream deck with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. That means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. You know, most people who start with a design package end up with the exact outdoor space they've always wanted and dreamed of. This offer is your first step. Do what we did and contact PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse amazing photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space your favorite place. When people come first.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends this Friday. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, a day after they had a glimmer of hope, the Mariners kind of flushed it all away. They drop a total nothing burger in the finale in Texas. George Kirby lasted just 4 innings, giving up all 7 runs on 4 long balls. And if you had told me that it was going to be Jock Peterson to deliver the big blows in what turned out to be an awful game for the Mariners here in a huge moment, I don't know that I would have bought that, but here we are.
Kirby looks at second, ready, deals. Swung on, hit high, deep down the right field line. It's a towering fly ball into the corner and gone. Jock Peterson, a 3-run home run.
Yeah, he also managed to eat 2 ice cream sundaes on his trip around the bases. Good for Jock, but yeah, he burned him yesterday. What? A jock, yes. Because when he came up, he looked like a jock. And now He looks jocular. You can look it up, Ian. I see your quizzical look. You got Google over there. You already tried to use it once. The offense, not much better. 7 hits, just 2 for extra bases. It's just ugly, man. It is ugly.
We need to find a way and find a way to get W's. And that's, this is the time of year where it's, we have to get it done. And this is, a series coming up in L.A. where we got to get it done.
Okay, well, Mariners 52 and 55. Hey, did Houston win last night? I forgot to look. So they're either in second or third place, depending on how Houston did last night. They're on the road now for 3 more in L.A., no less, to face the Dodgers. It'll be Castillo, Hancock, and Bryce Miller scheduled to throw against the defending champs. Did they win? Anybody look? No? All right, we'll look in a second.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
6 days till the trade deadline. Mariners still have choices to make, I guess. The assumption has been that they are buyers. Is that still definitive? What if you lose a couple more games in L.A.? I think they're buyers, but I'm not convinced that's 100% true. And the big question, of course, what do they want to do with their glut of starting pitchers? Mark Feinsand, the cut's dead, said that he had, that they'd like to trade Luis Castillo and that there are a lot of different options on the table to do that. They could eat money in order to do it. They could trade a prospect along with Luis in order to do it. Ultimately, that's probably their preferred direction, but I think Emerson Hancock is a possibility as well. Yes, if it were me, George Kirby would be on the table, although I don't think yesterday's start's going to help much with that. Spencer Steer, if you wanted him, yeah, too bad. He's injured. He's going to be out for a while. What if you wanted Casey Schmidt? We talked a lot about him. Oh, he left last night's game with an injury as well, so he may not be available. We'll see how long he's going to be out. What did we figure out?
The Astros rallied for 4 runs in the ninth.
Mariners in third place this morning. Third place. Yikes.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
No, I meant to put this in there as well. Brendan Donovan not looking like he's going to be much help at the moment. 4 starts at DH, plus a bunch in right field, second, third, left. He's hitting .088 on his rehab assignment against mostly single-A pitching with a 179 on-base percentage, 118 slugging, and 1 extra base hit. Okay. Maybe we should talk about the Seahawks. Third practice of camp in the books, and unfortunately, Mike Macdonald wasn't all that happy with the way they played.
These days when the 12s are all out here, it's really special, but today was still great. Weather's awesome. Guys are in good spirits. A lot of stuff we need to work on. We're not a long way to go, but, just let's focus on what we got to do next. So I'd like to finish practice a little bit better tomorrow to finish out this ramp period, and then we'll get a day off and be back in pads on Thursday.
All right, well, Mike, I like that he's willing to call them out like that. Like, oh, you didn't have a good practice? I'm going to let you guys know about it. And my guess is they'll bounce back, today, off day tomorrow, and then they're in pads on Thursday. We're going to be over there Thursday morning to talk to Mike, and they'll be in pads later that day, which is pretty cool. Brady Henderson reporting, and then it ended up happening yesterday. The team is waiving injured running back Kenny McIntosh, just never been able to get on the field nor stay on the field. Jamal Adams, by the way, if you're paying attention, Prez signing in Minnesota. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, I think I mentioned, so we're speaking of Seahawks, we're going to talk to Cooper Kupp. Brock's going to be ecstatic. Brock's love for Cooper Kupp knows no bounds.
Yeah, I don't think we've talked to him yet, have we? The other shows have.
Maybe once, a long time, when he first got here. I don't know. Maybe not. You're asking me? You think I remember?
I don't believe we have.
All right. Well, then I trust you. You are much more likely to be, because you would have cut the sound. You'd remember it. I'm going to say more is right. So Cooper Kupp maybe making his debut Brock and Salk appearance. So that should be pretty fun. We'll do that at 7:30. Little hint, I'm actually about to tape it. Brock and I are going to tape it here in a minute. 6:30. So don't tell anybody. So we're going to know what Cooper Kupp says before you guys will. And if it's bad, we won't air it. No, it'll be great. Looking forward to it. Cooper Kupp at 7:30. Jeff Passan, obviously going to ask him about everything we've talked about so far this morning and the problems the Mariners are having right now. That's at 8:30. And coming up, Bert Breer, who was a wealth of information, as he always is. There's no national writer, in my view, more focused on the Seahawks who knows more about this team than Bert, and you'll hear from him next.
Just 6 days out from the trade deadline.
We honestly don't know yet what direction this is going to go.
This might be that time to once again go for it.
I agree. Now's the time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive.
Deadline countdown, 7 days.
An additional bat would go a long way. Yeah, I can see this going down.
Stay plugged in as the Mariners approach the trade deadline with Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
All right, well, training camp is here. The team looks ready. They're in shape. It's clear the guys took the offseason seriously. And as they prepare to have all cylinders pumping on September 9th, can you make the changes in your life to be your best by that first game? Well, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can certainly help. And by help, I mean give you a proven plan to lose 30 to 40 pounds by the start of the season. And naturally, no pills, no injections, no side effects. People across Western Washington have lost a ton of weight and become a healthy and happy version of themselves with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Personally, I dropped 35 pounds in 8 weeks. That could be you before the end of the summer. And all it takes to start is a free 15-minute phone consultation. Find out if it's right for you. Schedule yours at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Schedule it for when you're in the car, commuting to work, or just running errands, because the only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Do what I did. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C., results may vary.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
Oh, no, I dropped my lip balm in the water. I can't think of anything worse than the looming threat of potentially having chapped lips. It was ginger vanilla, too. My favorite flavor.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The champs are back.
Really excited to get going.
Nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of your Super Bowl champions, Seattle Sports.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's so rare that we get visitors, Brock. I mean, we're here in Seattle, Southeast Alaska, and nobody ever comes to visit us, but we do have an actual in-studio visitor today, which is fun. Albert Breer, good friend of the show from the same small hometown as me, and in town for Seahawks practice today. Hey, buddy, how are you?
What's up? Hey, Brock, how we doing?
Does Bert do what you and others do, Salk? Does he send his kids off to camps up in Maine for
that's
months and months on end?
Yeah, do your kids do the overnight camp?
No. I don't think my wife would stand for that. It sounds great.
You didn't do that as a kid either?
Nope.
Oh, man, I did. It was great. 2 months. See you later. Parents come up and visit you once on visiting day.
Well, I know
letters.
it's like a lot of Jewish parents. Like somebody was explaining that to me. There's something cultural behind that is from all the New Yorkers. All the New Yorkers.
And Boston, too. Yeah, it's both. Yeah,
but
it's not Jewish camp, but it's Jewish camp.
It's like I'm serious though, Brock. It's like a cultural thing.
It's true.
It's not.
There are Jewish overnight camps, but I didn't go to one. But I would say in my cabin, if there were 15 people, 13 of them were Jewish.
But there was there's like an explanation behind it too, and I can't remember what it was, but it goes back to the 20s or 30s or something like that.
Well, it's sports camps, and we all have to find we can only play against each other. It's the only way to have competition where you actually get to be out on the field yourself instead of watching from the sidelines.
Or is it the American way? Because in Israel, doesn't every teenager have to serve?
Yeah, that's true.
So this is kind of the American way.
I don't know. All right. Anyway, enough about my camp experience. You're here. What do you expect to find?
Yeah, I'm interested because everything seems to it happened so fast, and it happened in Mike Macdonald's second year and Sam Darnold's first year here, and so it's. I remember coming in and I remember talking to you guys last year about how I felt like I put this team kind of on the same plane as the Packers. And I said those two teams look to me like teams that if you got some good young players, if those guys can elevate to becoming great, then maybe you really have something. And I feel like that's what happened with Seattle last year with guys like JSN and Cross and Witherspoon. Byron Murphy, I think, took a big step last year. And so that to me is the exciting part of it is you can still look at those guys and look how old they are and say a lot of those guys are ascending. Now, there are guys that you're going to have to replace, Kobe Bryant, Boye Mafe, and so, obviously Kenneth Walker, and we'll see what Jadarian Price brings to the table. But, I think the interesting part about it is it looks to me like a team that still could be ascending. The second piece that I think is really interesting going forward, and maybe the Witherspoon situation relates to this a little bit, is, one of the things that I think John Schneider learned from the last time, was it 14 years ago now, 13, 14 years ago now when they last won, was you can't keep everybody. And keeping everybody and paying everybody at the top of the market, as nice as it is to reward people for what they've accomplished, can create problems. And so, like, I think there's some stuff he's learned from that where we have to continue to draft and develop, and we have to be judicious about who we keep and who we let go. And so I think the idea now is to kind of keep the player development model that they've built churning the way that it has been the last few years. And obviously, I think post Russell Wilson trade, they've done a great job of reestablishing themselves as a team that's at the top of the league in that department.
Bert, this time of year, you'll travel. You'll see so many of these teams in all the different camps. When you go to the different camps, what do you expect to hear from people about Mike and John?
I think it's interesting because I do think like there's an element of you don't have to, there's not just one way to do it. And, the next camp I'm going to from here is Arizona. And
that's the way to do it.
The new head coach.
You want to do it however they're doing it is the way to do it.
No, but the new head coach there is Mike LaFleur, which is a very much like, and I like Mike, but Mike's very much an inside the box hire, right? Like it's okay, like let's go find the next McVay, Shanahan guy and plug him in, and he happens to be Matt's little brother. I think what the Seahawks have done, like over the last couple of years, is showing that it can be done a different way. And Mike Macdonald, for better or worse, a young defensive coach who did not play, right? Like, because you think a lot of the guys who've come from the defensive side of the ball that have had success as head coaches, a lot of them were players. D'Amico Ryans, Mike Vrabel. So Mike Macdonald's an outside the box hire. And we saw, like, I think Jesse Minter was somebody who benefited from that, like in the amount of interest, not just getting the Baltimore job, but the amount of interest he had. And then how you acquire the quarterback, like that. It wasn't just an all-in, like one, like this is, we're going to find one guy and push all of our chips to the middle of the table, take them in the top 10 and let's go. They stuck with Geno for a year and then they went and found Sam Darnold. So I think that's a lot of it, Brock, is like how the Seahawks have, I think, been willing to just look under every rock to find a way to build the right operation. And it does feel like the Seahawks operation is in a really good place right now.
When do you go to see the Rams? Is that after Arizona?
That'll be Saturday.
All right.
Friday.
So I'm a little curious. And Brock and I often feel like when we have national folks on our show, we sometimes turn into lobbyists. Yeah. Like we're sort of lobbying the Seattle storyline that doesn't necessarily get told all the time from everywhere.
Because you feel like you're ignored up here.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, we got a little chip on our shoulder.
Yeah.
So one thing that we keep hearing from people is, hey, like, I got this thing, like, I think Mike Macdonald's like the defensive Sean McVay. And everyone thinks like they're the first person to have come up with this, and they're not, because like 100 people have made the comp. But I am here to make an argument to you that people should stop saying that. Because unlike Sean McVay, Mike Macdonald's not just, well, no, he's not a big whiner. Why is Sean McVay such a big whiner?
What do you whine about?
Oh, the 2-point conversion, and it was picked up, and he's still mad about it. He spent his whole offseason obsessed with the idea that if they had just picked up the 2-point conversion play or whatever, then they would have won the Super Bowl.
Tell
as
Bert
if they didn't lose again.
Tell Bert what you call him.
Sean McBay. He's a big whiny baby. Like, oh, I didn't win the Super Bowl. Maybe I'm going to retire. Oh, this isn't going to happen. Oh, maybe, like, when did he become such a big whiner?
DeMarcus Lawrence was supposed to blitz. It was a zero blitz. He was supposed to blitz.
And now he's whining about his draft pick. Like, oh, I got this guy. Have you heard all the stuff he says about, he's so mean to his draft pick.
About Ty Simpson?
Oh, my God. Have you listened to any of that stuff?
What do you mean? Like
They asked him what Ty Simpson was best at, and he said, well, let me see. First of all, you got to know, this is Matt Stafford's team. Like, dude, that's just mean.
But that's me. That they're being careful about Stafford.
It sounds like he's miserable.
I mean, but that's what it was from the very beginning. Was like, we got to be very careful about Stafford. I will say this, Mike. He is aware of it. Like, he is aware of, like, I think there came a point a couple of years ago. It's like, I gotta stop talking publicly about my future this way. So he is aware of it.
Good.
Like, so
I guess my point
the
is
2-point conversion thing. This is the biggest level of complaints I've heard about his complaining about it. So this is new to me.
Well, it's just fun. I don't know, whatever. Yeah. Look, I guess my point is this. I'd rather have Mike Macdonald than Sean McVay.
Mike is more, I think Mike would be less apt to engage in that. It's hard for me to see Mike.
You don't have to answer. You don't have to sit here and say I'm right. You just have to understand.
Mike would just smirk at you.
Yeah.
If there was if they were in a situation like that, he would just smirk at you. And it's like, I know. Let's move on.
Isn't that the difference, honestly, between offensive DNA and defensive DNA?
Yeah.
I think they're going to explain it offensively. I think they're going to rationalize it. I think they're going to say the whiteboard did this. We should have did that. I moved my chess pieces better. And defensive guys are going to say,
it is what it is.
It is what it is. And go execute.
Here's the result. This is the result, and we got to deal with it.
So is this the beginning of the Seahawks window? We had Daniel Jeremiah on the other day because we were trying to reply to Bucky Brooks, who had the Seahawks going 7-10 in his prediction. And we were like, well, that doesn't make any sense. So we talked to Bucky, and then we had DJ on. DJ's like, well, this is the beginning of their window.
Yeah.
Is this the beginning of the Seahawks window?
You could make the argument that, like, last year was sort of a year early, right? Like, now sometimes when teams arrive a year early, there is a step back, and so would that be surprising based on the division that they're in? It wouldn't be a stunner if they took a small step back because they won the Super Bowl last year. But yeah, I mean, and it's for all the reasons I laid out, right? Like, now there are some guys on the roster that are a little older that you are eventually going to have to replace. I mean, Leonard Williams was. I don't think Leonard Williams got near the amount of credit he deserved last year. I thought he was one of the best players in the league at any position, and he's in his 30s. So it's not like there's no questions they'll have to ask going forward. Eventually, you're going to have to extend Sam Darnold. But, yeah, I mean, if you look at the guts of the roster, again, it's JSN, it's Cross, it's Witherspoon, it's Murphy. It's all of these guys that are, right there at the front end of the prime of their careers. And if Darian Price can be what they think he's going to be, well, then you got the Kenneth Walker question answered, and you've got some runway with him because he's a rookie, So I think, like, a lot of those things, you're just looking at it, and it's like I said at the top, like, there are so many players on the team that are still ascending, and that's why you really look at it and say, even more so than the other team in the Super Bowl, which had a first-year head coach, like, there's a lot of meat left on the bone with the Seahawks.
I'm trying to think there, Bert, of your comment, and not to put you on the spot, and maybe we could think through this out loud, or you've already done it. When you said those teams that arrived early sometimes took a step back, who would some of those teams be?
How about the Packers Super Bowl team that beat Ben Roethlisberger?
Yeah.
Remember that team? The first Aaron Rodgers team?
They went 15-1 the next year and then lost in the divisional round. So they were really good the next year. I mean, I think the Tom Brady Patriots in 2001 would be a good example. They missed the playoffs the next year, and then the dynasty really got rolling. I just
maybe the Niners with Purdy, right? Getting there as a young.
Yeah, the Niners. Well, I'd say the Niners in 19 were like, that was Kyle Shanahan's third year, and then I believe Garoppolo got hurt the next year, and they fell off a little bit. Okay. And even before that, if you want to go and look at, like, Kyle Shanahan, they went on that streak at the end of the year in 17. Everybody's like, okay, here we go. And then they tailed off in 18. So,
and it can happen, Bert, but this feels unique in this sense. I think all of those teams brought kind of head coach GM together, right? And they were kind of journeying together, whereas this one, you have so much continuity with John and the whole department and the staff and all the people there. That this one, I mean, not to say it can't happen, but this one just feels a little different in that build.
I don't have a ton of questions. I mean, I think it's okay. Brian Fleury replacing Clint Kubiak. It's Jadarian Price replacing Kenneth Walker. I mean, if you guys can, worry about the guard situation if you want, like who's going to play opposite Gray Zabel, but that'll work itself out. I think you can mask that if there's an issue there. I just don't look at, like, a lot of positions as having these massive questions. I mean, even looking at guys like they got Derek Hall extended. I thought there was no way they were going to be able to bring back Rashid Shaheed. Now he's here. It's just they've answered a lot of questions.
I think one of the things that will jump out to you as you watch this team practice and then go to LA and see the Rams on Saturday, I think one of the things that will jump out to you is that the Rams are getting a lot of credit for having a great team this year, and they may very well have a great team. And their top 20 to 30 to 40 guys, if that's all you're taking, it might be a better group than what the Seahawks have. At the very least, you could have that conversation. I'd be surprised if that is 50, 60, 70 deep the way a team actually, and that just seems to be, as I've been going back and rewatching all of the games from last year, or at least in highlight form, and then we've been talking about them every day, and the special teams and the depth and the number of people that contribute to all these wins just keeps jumping out to me. How rare is great depth in the NFL?
It's really hard to maintain, especially when you win, because when you win, then other people are going to be looking to pick guys away from you, not just because they're good players, but because they have championship experience. And there's sometimes a tax on those guys and why you have to let them go. So, like, that's why I'm saying, like, you know, drafting well, and you guys have seen it here. You know, I think John is, if not the best, one of the very best general managers in the league. Like, everyone has their slumps, right? Like, everyone hits a 2 or a 3 year patch where it becomes difficult to draft. And again, if you're dealing with attrition, it becomes hard to maintain depth. They've done a really good job here of that. I would agree. Like, if the Rams have an issue, it's going to be like, what happens if a couple guys get hurt? Because they have done the secret. Like, the big secret to what the Rams have done is, like, everybody says, like, F them picks, all that stuff. Like, they've been able to find really good players outside the first round, and that's enabled them to use their first-round picks as capital. You know, so you look at guys, you know, like Byron Young and Kobe Turner and Puka Nacua, you know, Kyron Williams. Like, they have found really good players outside the first round, which has allowed them to use the first-round picks to go and take swings on guys like Myles Garrett. I'd say, like, what you're getting at, Mike, is sort of what happened to them in the secondary last year, where they made the conscious decision, we think we can make it work with less in the secondary. And we think corners in the NFL are speed bumps, not stop signs, right? So we're going to invest all of our capital in our front. And, you know, and what wound up costing them in the playoffs, and now they turn around and they trade for Trent McDuffie and they sign Jalen Watson. Now, that's a solution for now, but do you have the depth for it to stand up? You know, and so I think those sorts of questions definitely exist on the Rams roster. But just as far as a starting 22, they're excellent. There aren't very many things to pick at when you look at their starting 22 as it stands, and then you see how the injury situation plays out over the course of the year.
So fun to have Bert Breer in studio with us. Bert, you've been a newsman for decades, and you've had a notepad, I'm sure. Do you still go notepad? Do you put notes in your phone?
I have like still have the reporter's notebook because you can slide it in your back pocket, so that's easy enough. And I can't type fast enough on my phone, so I know some people do voice notes. I just don't want to have to go back and transcribe it. You know what I mean? Like,
but you got AI for that now.
Yeah, you do. That's true. I should probably look at that.
So you got your notepad. You got Flurry on there.
Notes?
Me? No, but I'm not a reporter.
Okay.
No, Salk's got a photographic
Do you take notes when you go out there at all, or no?
Depends.
Mental notes?
I mean, my notes don't have to be that detailed. They can just be on the phone. Yeah, that's fine.
Your notepad's got Flurry on there, rightfully so. Your notepad's got Jadarian Price on there, rightfully so. Maybe the secondary or whatever, some of the guys that aren't there. Where is Sam Darnold on your notepad, and can you scribble anything new about him?
I don't think he's gotten nearly enough credit for how well he's played the last 2 years, and I think it's basically because people make their minds up on these guys, you know, and I mean, he was excellent in the NFC Championship game. We can argue about how he played in the Super Bowl, but, you know, he did enough to put him in a position to win. You know, I still look at Sam and I see, all right, so he, you know, like, again, like, kind of his reset was after Carolina. He goes to San Francisco, and the limited opportunities he had there, he did really well. They thought the world of him. I know, you know, Brian Fleury was actually there for that. And, you know, the guys who were there, Clinton and Fleury among them, thought he had a chance to really resurrect his career. That was 23. And then 24 in Minnesota, off the charts during the regular season. Everything sort of collapsed in front of them. Their offensive line cratered in Week 18 in the playoffs. But he had a great year there. And then coming back last year, I thought he really built on so many of the things that he was able to accomplish in Minnesota, to a point where I feel like people should stop saying it was just Kevin O'Connell and Justin Jefferson. Those guys are great, but, like, we've now seen him kind of acquit himself well in 3 different spots in 3 years. And so what I'm fascinated to see, Brock, is now he has a chance to build on it for the first time. You know what I mean? Like, so those 3 years were kind of one off in San Francisco, one off in Minnesota, his first year in Seattle. Now, for the first time, he's had success and he has a chance to build on it.
All right. So at the end of this year, you can give him $60 million a year.
See, you're going to be in the situation that the Bucs are in now with Baker Mayfield, and I just think that's the price of admission. And I know.
Can I pause you right there, Bert? Can I just pause you real quickly? Have you watched any of the QB documentary yet? Have you had a chance to do that?
I have not. I watched a little of the first episode, but I haven't had a chance to dive into it.
I'll tell you what, Baker is a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing that jumps out to me, like, he is a lot, both on the field, injury-wise, off the field. And I don't think it's just the documentary hyping that up. I think that he is fueled by the exterior. He's fueled by emotion. He's fueled by disrespect. He's fueled by all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He plays recklessly. Guys love him. But, man, that compare and contrast for me on paper kind of makes sense with him and Sam and resurrecting careers and all that, but they're very different players.
Yep.
So ultimately, does some of that, like a lot, play into Tampa's hesitancy to sign the deal right now or put the deal on the table?
Sam is not a lot, which is kind of to his credit. You know what I mean? Like, Sam is like very. I'd say Sam is one of the more low-maintenance quarterbacks.
He might be too little. Like, that might be part of it. It's like there's no...
He's just so smooth and calm, and there's not... Yeah, I know what you're saying.
No, you put a low-maintenance list together, he might top that in all the NFL.
Yeah, like he's just... I don't think I've met a person who doesn't like Sam Darnold who's been around him, you know? So, but yeah, like I think with Baker, it's more... So how do we pay this guy? It's like... We've seen some of these guys. Geno is one of them. Baker, Sam, that have resurrected their careers. Daniel Jones, and so we've seen those guys get the mid-level contracts. How many of those guys have now taken it to the next level and gotten the contract after that? And how do you assign that contract? And I think like the closest thing to it might be Goff. Like Goff didn't like go through the okay, I've got to play on 3 different teams the way that Sam and Baker did, but Goff came in on what became an affordable contract for Detroit, and then Detroit had to go in and redo him, and that's where Tampa is now. I thought it was interesting, too. You mentioned him being a lot, Brock. This part of it was interesting to me, was he came out in the media and said, not like Baker, but he came out in the media and he said, well, you know, we're still very far apart. At the point he said that, which was the middle of June, the Buccaneers had made an offer, and his camp hadn't even countered yet. So, like, to come out and say we're far apart and we're not close, and you haven't even, like, communicated to the team what you want yet, and the team's made an offer. So, like, I think they get something done, but, like, I don't think you're wrong to look at that end of it and that, like, there could be some drama here. The other part was he said, well, you know, I want to get this done before training camp, and that's my deadline, knowing that the team had done like 3 extensions in the last 2 summers, 3 big extensions in the last 2 summers for veteran players, like during camp. So it's kind of like, I want you to do this before you do those. Yeah, so like there's
my timeline.
There's just little things that I think, like he didn't say that stuff by accident, right? So you wonder how that's going to affect the tenor of the conversation.
Sometimes I wonder with Baker if he does say things on accident, if it's
Maybe
not always entirely. Like, with some guys, I think you're right. With him, I often wonder whether or not some of it is an accident.
But I think he does intend to stay there, Brock. Like, he for a lot of his career, his home base was Austin. He pulled up roots and moved there and had kids there. And so, like, I do think he has an intention, like a real intention, to be the Buccaneers quarterback for a long time to come.
Is he living in that stadium now, too, the way he did in Cleveland? Because that was amazing how he did that, living right in the stadium. Saw all the commercials for it. All right, well, so those are all good. That's all good. You still have a few more minutes? Can you stick around for a few more? All right, we're going to take a quick break because we still got to answer the actual question. It's not should the Bucs pay or will they pay Baker Mayfield. It's do you pay $60 million for one of these quarterbacks that has reclaimed their career?
Yep.
Can you still win? Is that the best strategy to win? More with Albert Breer next on Brock and Salk. All right, well, we'll get a great time with Bert. If you want to hear the rest of that interview, you can find it on the YouTube page for Seattle Sports. He was in studio, which is great. Just a good guy, great reporter, good friend, and always just one of my favorite people to talk football with. I really do think he knows more about the Seahawks than maybe everyone else in the national media. Like, he just focuses on it despite not doing like a regular appearance here on the station every week the way somebody like DJ does. Really, really impressive. All right, we're going to switch gears, though. We'll come back for Cooper Kupp in about a half hour at 7:30. We got baseball talk with Jeff Passan at 8:30, and I think we got to start there because we thought we were having a tough conversation yesterday. It didn't happen thanks to Dom Canzone and his 3-run shot that changed the trajectory of Sunday. But you lose yesterday, especially the way they did, and guess what's right back to the forefront? That same tough conversation that we avoided. So guess what? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Just 6 days out from the trade deadline.
We honestly don't know yet what direction this is going to go.
This might be that time to once again go for it.
I agree. Now's the time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive.
Deadline countdown, 7 days.
An additional bat would go a long way. Yeah, I can see this going down.
Stay plugged in as the Mariners approach the trade deadline with Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Go all in at Toyota of Renton with incredible inventory on the 2026 Tundra. Lease the 2026 Tundra SR5 for $479 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing, or finance at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Toyota of Renton's fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and walk you through the finance offerings so you can drive that truck home the same day. Visit them in store or online at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends this Friday. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Well, Brock, we were going to have a tough conversation yesterday. It looked like it was building in, the 6th, 7th inning on Sunday, and then thankfully Dom Canzone came up big, and then soon after that, Randy Arozarena, and then Dom Canzone again, and they win on Sunday. And it's like, okay, well, go prove it the next day. Reverse mulligan, right? Do it again, and get everybody off your back. Split in Texas, change the narrative, change the trajectory, and instead you lay another egg yesterday. And I think now it does bring that difficult conversation that we had delayed a day. Mm-hmm. I think it brings it right back to the forefront, especially as you now head to L.A. to play 3 against the 2-time defending champs. Like, this is a crucial moment here, right? Yeah. And I'm not going to sit here, not going to declare the season over because my name's not Lyle Goldstein, and also because it's July 27th and they're just on too many games left to do that. The league has been so up and down. We've seen too many runs in both directions. And I also know that the last time that Lyle declared the season over was in Atlanta last year, or maybe coming off of Tampa. That was September 6th. And this is July 28th. Mm-hmm. So, there's over almost 7 weeks there, 6-7 weeks. Like, I'm just not gonna go down that road. But I also know that when Lyle said that, they were 73-68, as opposed to where they are now,
52-55.
52-55, and that's a big difference. And that this is very serious. If that Canzone home run was like a defibrillator shock, they need another one, right? Yeah. Because it didn't work. The reverse mulligan obviously showed that, they couldn't sustain that a second day. So, all right, what are we know the problems. I'm not going to keep going over the problems. We've done this for 4 months. We've gone over the problems. Poor hitting, inconsistent pitching, power outage, stars that aren't producing, sloppy play, 6-man rotation, piggyback, strange decisions, weird stuff in the clubhouse. Like, we know all the problems. What are the solutions?
Yep.
As you sit here today on July 28th, what are your options? I think there's maybe 4. You can just do nothing, wait and hope. That's what they've done mostly so far. I think the vibes right now make that very hard to do. I think just sitting there doing nothing and waiting for this thing to flip, I think the time has passed. I don't think you can do that on July 28th.
Well, I would challenge that just a little bit. I wouldn't say they've done nothing. They've moved the lineup all across the board. They've brought up people, Colt Emerson and such.
Yep.
They fired an assistant hitting coach, right? Just in the last week.
Oh.
So to say they've done nothing, maybe an assistant hitting coach, but to say they've done nothing and just rolled out the same lineup every single
that's
day.
true. I'm not suggesting that, but I'm just saying, like,
you're talking majors.
Yeah, you haven't done anything major, and firing the assistant to the assistant hitting coach and moving a couple guys around the lineup. They haven't taken away playing time. They haven't moved on from anybody of value. Other than calling up Colt Emerson, we haven't seen a lot of major shifts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. They haven't done anything. They've done small things, but they haven't done anything major. And regardless, I think you've got to do something now. I think the time for just saying, hey, our stars will turn it around and then we'll be fine. It's July 28th. Like, it's too late for that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you use the bench? Some level of accountability, Brock. And this is what you were talking about yesterday with the bad cop to go with the good cop.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a good cop, do you need to use your accountability, which really is playing time? Do you need to use it in some way to try to change the direction of?
Yeah, you just finally say, and again, we're 5-6 days away from the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
So that has always kind of hung out there. There has been more and more smoke about Emerson Hancock, more smoke about Luis Castillo, some of the challenges of his contract. That's always been kind of okay, can we kind of get to that point? And then maybe after that point, if we can't move one of those guys, Salk, then we do make a major move.
Mm-hmm.
And we just tell Luis, I'm sorry, but you are going to the bullpen. We are making this move. Our team needs it.
You can do that, but look, if the vibes are already challenging, that's certainly not going to help having one of your top leaders, certainly on the pitching side of things.
Well, it certainly is a level of accountability,
It
a
is.
certain level of like, hey guys, we can't just
Although
keep
if I'm
doing
Luis, I'm going to look at him and be like, me? Am I I've actually pitched pretty well the last few times. I'm the one? George Kirby just got bombed. Why don't you move him? Like, if I'm Luis, I don't know whether I'm feeling like that's the level of
totality.
accountability.
It's pretty clear. And the next level stats and numbers. And
so, look, I agree. I think Luis would make the best reliever, but I think that there's I think there's an interesting conversation there where I don't know whether that has the desired effect, even though I'm with you. I think Luis would make an excellent reliever. You can use the trade deadline and or your minor league system to try to shake things up. Maybe it's calling up a Kate Anderson. Maybe it's, making a deal. Maybe it's Michael Arroyo. Maybe it's making a deal for somebody, although that's getting harder and harder. Spencer Steer out. He's going to be gone for a while. That was an option. Casey Schmidt, who we talked a lot about last week, he came out of last night's game with an injury. We'll see how serious that is.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know whether those are going to have, again, is calling up Kate Anderson going to make you believe that this team's moving in the right direction?
Right.
Is that the spark they need? Maybe it is. Their pitching was not great so far on this road trip. It's not been great since the All-Star break. But you need another starting pitcher? That doesn't feel like the thing that is going to kind of turn everything around. And ultimately, Brock, then I'm going to come back to the coaching of the team, the management and coaching of the team.
Yep.
And the reason is because I think they're talented. I think Dave Valley said it. We talked about that yesterday, that they were the more talented team. And I do want to play you the same sound from George Kirby that I played at 6 o'clock this morning, because I heard this from George, and I think he did a great job of dodging it, but he's saying the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think about any of that stuff, but, it just stinks because, we've been a better team than them. So it just stinks that we didn't come out and play to our potential. Yeah, for me, that just stinks.
He's not going to come out and say we're a better team than they are, but that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
He did it the right way. Kudos to George. But George is saying it. Dave Valley is saying it. The national media is saying it every time they look at the Mariners and see
Buster
the talent
only
on
called
the
him
team.
a sleeping giant, and they're just been
Tim
asleep.
Kirchin has said it and passing it. Guys, everyone said it. It's not a talent issue. It's getting enough out of your talent issue. And unfortunately, if that's the case, due to my, 17-year philosophy on this, Brock, that's got to be on the coaching staff.
Yeah.
They've got to get more out of this team. They've got to fix the vibe. So I'm not sitting here telling you today you need to make managerial change. We've heard from the players that they love playing with Dan. If that's the case, they better show it.
Yep.
They better show up here in the next week or two, because that's how you show that the manager and the coaching staff is doing things the right way. I'm not calling for anyone's job today. Not doing that. But I do think
But the sense of urgency is way ramped up.
That's right. And I think that it's got to be placed on the coaching staff. It is up to them right now to get this thing moving in the right direction.
I think it was a Chuck Knox-ism of potential. Oh, potential? Potential's a coach killer. That's what potential is. That's been kind of tried and true for 30 or 40 years. You've got to get that potential to actually execute. That talent and that potential and all of that is actually got to produce. That's what a coach's job is. I think the most alarming number of anything, Salt, in all of the stuff that we have hashed and rehashed and all of those things that you mentioned, the fact that this crew is 10 games under 500 on the road and has lost series after series after series after series on the road. And to the eye and to the numbers, it looks eerily similar on every single road trip. There's just not a sense of juice. They're not playing to their potential on the road or anywhere near it. And they're getting beat by everybody on the road, whether that's a bottom feeder or some of the top teams are going to see. And oh, by the way, this month of August, is not on paper what the month of June and July have been as far as the opponents you're facing. So it's getting real. The sense of urgency is high. This team is underperforming. They're under-delivering. They're 3 games under 500 right now, and they're even in 3rd place in their own division, the worst division in baseball. So it's time to figure it out. And yes, I think it does start with the manager and the coaches to look in the mirror and figure out how they get this group to produce to the level and to their talent.
Just 6 days out from the trade deadline.
We honestly don't know yet what direction this is going to go.
This might be that time to once again go for it.
I agree. Now's the time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive.
Deadline countdown, 7 days.
An additional bat would go a long way. Yeah, I can see this going down.
Stay plugged in as the Mariners approach the trade deadline with Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
All right, everybody say the acronym with me. PCF. PCF. You know it by now. People come first. You come first. They designed and built our outdoor living space some years ago, and we just simply loved it. And right now, they're making it easier than ever to get your process started on your new dream deck. Yes, with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. I know what you're saying. What does that really mean? Well, that means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design that deck now and pay later. Most people, like we did, who start with that design package, you end up with exactly the outdoor space you've always wanted and dreamed of. This offer is your first step. Do what we did and get a hold of PCF Construction Group today. Get your project ideas, browse their amazing photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's PCFgroup.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain. DayandNight.net. Slow drain? Backed up toilet? Call Day and Night to save $100 off any drain cleaning.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. From a slow drain to a major backup, no drain is too big or too small. Whether we're your first choice or smart second opinion, I guarantee our experts will solve any drain problem, day or night.
Now get $100 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
After years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy. Well, and my buddy and co-host Bob Stelton, also in pain, and decided to go see Dr. Wagner.
I had a hip issue from 14 years of jiu-jitsu.
How's the pain now?
Everything I did before, I can do just as well. Hitting the heavy bag, sparring, rolling, all of that is back in play. This whole thing has been such a pleasant surprise because I really was of the mindset, I'm going to have to go under the knife. I'm going to have to get surgery. And this really saved me from that. I could not be happier with the results.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
Do it. You will not regret it.
Hey, get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The champs are back.
Really excited to get going.
Nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of your Super Bowl champions, Seattle Sports.
A perfect game by a Seattle Mariner. It was done by the King.
50 seasons, 50 legends, one unforgettable night. Join the Mariners Saturday, August 8th for 50 season celebration night at T-Mobile Park, presented by Daktronics.
The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
Before the team takes on the Rays, arrive early for the most epic pregame ceremony in Mariners history. You'll witness the biggest gathering of franchise icons ever assembled as the 50 greatest Mariners from across all 5 decades are revealed. From Griffey to the big unit, from Ichiro to Nelson Cruz, and every legend in between, you don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime event.
Junior with a 2-run home run. Everybody is going bonkers here in the Kingdom.
Seats are going fast. Get yours at mariners.com/tickets.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, raise your hand if you were worried about Jock Peterson hitting 2 home runs yesterday, Brock. I mentioned earlier as he was rounding the bases the second time, I think he had another ice cream sundae.
Kirby looks at second, ready, deals. Swung on, hit high, deep down the right field line. It's a towering fly ball into the corner and gone. Jock Peterson, a 3-run home run, his second of the day. It's 4-1 Texas.
And they piled it on, too. They hit 2 more home runs after that. Jake Berger had a 2-run shot. It just ugly for George Kirby, who goes just 4 innings, giving up all 7 of those runs on 4 home runs. Offense wasn't a whole lot better. 7 hits, but only 2 of them for extra bases, Brock. It was an ugly weekend in Texas where they only led for 3 innings. Fortunately, that was enough to get them 1 win, but you dropped 3 out of 4 in a game situation like that. It's not good.
You started down in every single one of them, too. It's just such a bummer. Golly, can we just play from the lead ever? And I reached out to Luke Arkins because my mind, my eye, my feelings, my anger, all of it thought, it's got to be one of the worst scoring teams early in games in baseball. And guess what they are? But they're kind of one of the worst scoring teams throughout a lot of the games. I mean, they're just offensively have been, what was Jerry DePoto's word Saturday? Abysmal.
Abysmal.
They've been abysmal.
Just not.
And by that way, that guy, Jock Peterson, who last year was flirting with Chris Davis territory.
Yep.
I mean, he was that bad. He was like hitting a $140 line. I mean, he just could not hit the ball. Yeah, he's got 19 home runs.
Isn't that crazy?
That's 3 more than anybody on your roster.
I think we had different aspirations coming in here, and it didn't turn out that way. And we've got to turn it up. And we got a big series starting tomorrow, a new series tomorrow, Rock on the Hill, and we got to get to work.
They certainly do need to get to work. 3 games under 500 in 3rd place after Houston won last night, Brock. You're in L.A. to face the Dodgers, 2-time defending champions. Yeah, he mentioned it. Castillo tonight, then Hancock and Miller against L.A.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I don't know what help is necessarily going to be out there at the trade deadline. 6 days away, and they got choices to make. Are they definitively buyers? I think we'll ask Jeff Passan that question at 8:30. What do they do with their glut of starting pitchers? Mark Feinsand, MLB.com, has more.
The guy who they're hoping to trade is the one at the bottom of that list right there. Luis Castillo, still a very good pitcher, even though he's not having a great year. He does make a lot of money. Daniel Kramer, my colleague at MLB.com, just reported that the Mariners are willing to eat some of that money to get a legitimate return. I was also told earlier there's a chance that they could attach a prospect to Castillo to try to get a legitimate return and to have a team take on that money. So I think they're going to try to get creative in moving Castillo. They need offense. They need some bullpen help, and the American League West is right there for the taking for them. So I think there are very few people who I trust to get creative when it comes to trades the way Jerry Dipoto does. So I'm certainly watching Seattle in the next 5-6 days.
Everyone we asked, and I'll ask Passan again today, but everybody I've asked, Buster, Jeff, all the folks over the last week or two about data points. Like, is there anything in these 2 weeks leading up to the trade deadline from a data point standpoint where it could change what Jerry and the front office decide to do? And they all said no, not in this American League, not in this American League West, not with where they stand.
I'd be curious if that's still true.
Correct.
Because I don't know whether...
Or you get swept out of L.A., which is what these ESPN models, not even competitive, by the way. Most of these models are like 55-45, 53, 52-48. No, not these. They're like 75-25. Looking, again, it's just the data and the numbers of these two teams and the production that you've gotten out of the Dodgers and the lack thereof in totality with the Mariners. You get swept out of here, and you're 6 games under 500. You sure there's no data points that can affect the decision making?
I'm not sure, but I don't know. I mean, if you're Jerry Dipoto, the idea of selling, I think that's... I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but I wonder if you can do it. By the way, if you're waiting on Brendan Donovan, hasn't been great. This you're from your buddy Luke Arkins, Brock, in his 39 plate appearances, mostly at single A, 3 hits, 10 strikeouts, 3 walks, 088 average, 179 on base percentage, and a 118 slugging percentage.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Not what Mike Macdonald was looking for at practice yesterday. I guess he was not wild about the way things ended.
There's always things you're finding that you want to do a better job of. I think we have a pretty clear vision about how we want to operate, given the circumstance. And you hit it, that's great. Let's go hit it again the next day. If you don't, then we fall short. What can we do better to go hit it the next day? So I think it's just there's all these little benchmarks that you're trying to hit, and we're doing a good job. We're refining ourselves. We got a lot of young guys getting a lot of good reps, so a lot of good stuff going on. The tempos are a little funky right now. It's not a lot of challenge at the catch point. It's not as physical as it will get, which is good. The guys are getting their legs underneath them. I know they're sore right now, and we're dealing with a few things, but kind of par for the course on that front.
So they'll go today, Tuesday. There's this ramp up and acclimation period across the NFL. They've all got to follow it, where they're just in helmets. And as he said, there's no contact. And I've seen plays and videos on Twitter like, oh, look at this throw and catch. Yeah, they're not allowed to jam and get to the contested point and all of that. So stop ripping Josh Jobe right now. But they'll be in that today in Shells, and then tomorrow off. And then you and I will be there.
Yep.
Thursday morning talking to Mike as the pads come on for the first time and we actually get to feel football.
You going to get one-on-one pass rush drills out there?
Oh, yes, we will.
We will?
Will I pull you out there? Absolutely.
What do you mean pull me? Like I'm going to be in the drill?
No, not in the drill. In your horse stance right next to me.
Watch. Well, I do that anyway. That's fine. You don't need to pull me out for that, but I'm not going in the drill.
No. We don't.
Kenny McIntosh waived Brock. That just unfortunately never quite materialized. And I don't know if you saw Jamal Adams signing in Minnesota with the Vikings. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here in the Brock Salk Show.
Good for him. He still wants to do it. And actually, probably schematically the best fit for him in the league with Flores and kind of what they do and getting everybody in and around the line of scrimmage. And he was always a line of scrimmage guy. He was just
listed,
undersized.
I think, as a linebacker / safety at this point.
That's right. Yeah. Not a coverage guy. And I think for McIntosh, unfortunately, that injury was real.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to kind of put that out. That was not his was a very severe deal that just could never really come back from. And then I think, unfortunately, with Charbonnet and a first-round draft pick, that writing was somewhat on the wall. And hopefully he can get healthy and have an opportunity.
The other guys looks pretty good, too. I mean, like, if you go out there, unfortunately for him, what's his name, Velus Jones, he looks decent. Jakaria Wright looks
he's a very
pretty
good special teamer.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, even the, backup guys they have in true Seahawks fashion, the depth is really good. And that is not a position where the difference, but I mean, he was a 7th-round pick. It's not like this was a 3rd rounder and you just kept waiting for it to work out like CJ Procise. He was a 7th-round pick. The odds were never that it was going to work out, and unfortunately he's been hurt for too long. All right, Cooper Kupp has certainly worked out. He's just been awesome, man. Just awesome what he's done since getting here. Wins another ring last year. In a unique position to talk about this team and compare them to some of their rivals. He will join us next on Brock and Salk.
Just 6 days out from the trade deadline.
We honestly don't know yet what direction this is going to go.
This might be that time to once again go for it.
I agree. Now's the time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive.
Deadline countdown, 7 days.
An additional bat would go a long way.
Yeah, I can see this going down.
Stay plugged in as the Mariners approach the trade deadline with Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Grid City Harley is giving NADA retail value when you trade your bike for a new Harley this week. 100% of all credit applications considered. Grid City Harley's retail trade value for your bike ends this Sunday. Stay tight and ride hard. Adjustments made based on reconditioning your mileage. Any negative trading equity may be applied to you not financed on credit.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance. But there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The best path at that point was to stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ Way.
Every summer, homeowners wait too long to find a house painter. There are only a few months left of good weather. Don't be the one left out in the rain. All Covered Painting is accepting a limited number of exterior projects this summer. If you want a licensed contractor that does the work right and backs it up with an industry-leading warranty, don't wait. Now offering a complimentary color consultation with a designer for specific projects. Get your free estimate at allcoveredpainting.com.
The champs are back.
Really excited to get going.
Nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of your Super Bowl champions, Seattle Sports.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Brock, well, this has been good. Now that practice is underway, training camp underway, a couple days away from the start of padded practices as well. Seahawks kind enough to hook us up today with Cooper Kupp, star wide receiver. Coop, good morning. How are you?
Very good.
Can I call you Coop? I don't really know you. Is that okay?
No,
do
you're
people
good.
Call you Coop?
Yeah, that works.
I mean, I would think people probably do. So, all right, Cooper Kupp. However, or what's Eli's? What's their brother's name, Brock?
Cooper. Oh, yeah. But it's not really Cooper.
Yes,
it's not Cooper, but it's not Cupper. It's in between Cooper and Cupper, and I don't know how to say that. It's a Louisiana thing. I could never quite figure that one out.
How's camp going so far?
Very good. Very good, yeah. It's been a good few days here, and it's nice being back with the guys. It's a good energy.
How's the body?
Good. Yeah, I feel good. I'm day 3 of camp good. So, yeah, we're moving along. We got Mike's got a good plan for us, and yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm excited to be here and excited to get back to work.
Which of the guys did you see, or were you around much at all this offseason?
Yeah, I mean, I off and on seeing guys come through in LA. I'm trying to think who guys. Cody White was around a little bit. We trained down in LA. AJ was down there. Obviously saw Sam. I'm trying to think who else really came through.
Did you throw with Sam a little bit throughout the offseason?
Yeah, early on in the offseason, it was we got some good work together, but when we left from OTAs, this is the thing. You get so much good work in OTAs. You kind of balance out like how much more are you doing, because you got guys all over the place travel wise. Like what's the you're trying to get the most bang for your buck in terms of how much travel you want to put on your body, along with being able to get the training in that you need to do. So there's something to be said for just like in LA, you say, oh, you're both in LA. Where Sam trains is about like, depending on when you leave, somewhere between like 2 to like 8 hours away, right? So
Seattle Yakima.
Yeah, it's not quite the same. It's not quite the same as that. So you have a little bit of a balance there.
And you also had some weddings this off season. Can we play a quick little compare and contrast? Just 2 weddings, just a little compare and contrast.
Okay.
Compare and contrast the Darnold wedding and the Kelsey Swift wedding.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of similarities.
They were both weddings. Right. People got married at both of them.
People got married at both of them.
Yeah.
So many flowers.
Yeah, there were flowers at both. There was an indoor thing. They were both kind of indoors. It was. I mean, those 2 really cool things to be able to be a part of. Obviously, for Sam and Katie, and being able to be there with them and support them, and see them, giving their life to each other. That's just it was a really cool thing. And then we had a great time there with a bunch of people that we knew, and then with Taylor and Travis, that was its own whole thing. There's a lot of people I didn't know, but it was quite the event.
You were on the bride side for that, or
the what?
You were on the bride side for Taylor and Travis?
Yeah. No.
All right.
I was not.
So when you're there, I gotta ask, because this is, I mean, you can't imagine, right? Growing up, that's probably the last place in the world you ever imagined you would be for a wedding like that. You said you didn't know a lot of people. Did you end up meeting someone or anybody that you're just like, I can't believe I'm now at a wedding with so-and-so, and now I'm talking to them?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of that. We were just like, yeah, this is like kind of like, well, where am I right now? But like I said, it was super cool. Everyone was great. Like the people were fantastic. It was just a great thing. I really enjoyed it. We were out dancing on the dance floor for quite a while, and it was cool being like dancing and be like, oh, that's Brad Pitt that's like bumping into us. You know what I mean? Like it was like it was just a weird thing.
You feel like you can't dress well. Like whatever you're wearing, it's not as good as what Brad Pitt is wearing to a wedding. Like I would feel like I would have a sense of inadequacy in that moment.
No, you just have to be comfortable in your own skin.
I guess I'm not.
You put on your clothes. You go out there like, look. They said it's you wear this black tie, wear your tuxedo.
Yeah.
Boom. I'm wearing my tuxedo.
All right.
I'm in a good spot.
So I think Cooper might be the perfect guy to run this by. This little football analogy that I don't know if he's ever heard. He probably hasn't. I think it's kind of genius out there. We've talked about it and had others talk to us about it. I don't know, Cooper, have you ever heard this before, that Mike Macdonald might just be the Sean McVay of defense? Have you has that ever been run by you?
I mean, nobody's sat there and ran it by me, I guess, but I've heard it before. I've certainly
what do you
heard
think
it.
about that? Since you know pretty too intimately and pretty well in a way that most others don't.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, they both are so unique, and unique not just from each other, but just in terms of how I think their mind works. And so in that way, I think they're very similar. There's always a, well, you said feeling of inadequacy. It's not so much a feeling of inadequacy as much as it is a feeling of we can be better. Like I can do more. We can like clean this up. And it's always this like continuous growth towards better, I guess. And it's a cool thing to be a part of. Like, it was really fun. It was really fun in my time in LA, being able to be a part of that and see what the offense was when it came in and what it grew to. And it's like, this is the picture. I got to be a part of that whole growth, the whole system of growing to what it became, and grew because he continued to innovate and try to figure out ways to be better. And in that same way, I mean, that's real similar. I've only been with Mike now for a year, but in terms of the conversations that we've had, I can tell it's that same mindset, It's the same feeling of inadequacy, that like this isn't good enough yet. Like a full belief in his system, but also a belief that there's so much more that you can do, so much more that you can tweak and adjust to be able to put your guys in the best position possible. And I respect that about both those guys. And it's a special thing to be around, because those guys have been championed by a lot of people as like some of the best doing it, but at no point do you rest on your laurels and feel like you've done enough. There's always this challenge.
How do they do that? How do they do that? Because you hear the other side of that. Like, you strive for perfectionism, and you got to be, we can always do it better. And that sometimes that can be, I don't know, demoralizing, or can get in the way.
Yeah.
How do they balance that?
It certainly can. It certainly can. And you can get definitely discouraged when you don't allow yourself the grace to be able to make mistakes and know that it's okay that things aren't going to be perfect. And that's, I think, the thing that, I fall into that same trap as well. But, you strive for perfection in everything you do, and know that that's going to put you among excellence at the end of the day. And, those guys, they both, I think, you have to ask them what their why is, right? Because I think that's probably a little bit of a moving target maybe for them, year by year, season by season. But I do think, for Mike, it's a genuine love for us, for his players, and a sense of responsibility that he feels to be the best that he can for us and putting us in the best positions possible. And I think that's the best place to be, right? When the reason that you do things is outside of your own self, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that's when things are most powerful. I think that's when the most change happens, and I genuinely believe that's where Mike comes from. That's where his motivation is, and then that trickles into everything that we do. It's part of our culture. It's part of how we operate. It's our 12 is one mindset. It's our mob ties mindset, and it's why this has been a special place, and why we were able to get guys coming in here excited about taking part in training camp and going to grind for 12 hours a day.
You mentioned grinding, talking to Cooper Kupp here for a few more minutes. I just wanted to ask you about a guy I'm sure you go against in practice often, and that's Josh Jobe, who was not brought in here with a lot of fanfare, but here we are a couple years later, and he sure seems like he makes a lot of plays, and he gets a contract in the offseason. What do you notice going against Josh Jobe from the other side?
Yeah, well, talk about a guy that's just very process-oriented. You can just see the way that he goes about his business in terms of like specifically practice, right? Like there's not a whole lot of crossover. You don't see the defensive guys a ton, meetings and things like that. But I do see him at practice. I see the intention he has pre-practice in terms of going through his footwork. And it's not like just, lackadaisically going through his footwork. It's really like a very serious intent in how his steps are happening, how his feet are working with his hands, and making sure that he at all of the EDD stuff, all the stuff that you just like, this is the basics of how I operate. The fundamentals of how I operate are going to be in lockstep, going to be a subconscious thing. And I think that's carried over as he's built that foundation. He's just gotten better and better, and then able to play off of that as well. I think he has a very strong belief in who he is and what he brings to the table as a player, and he leans into that. He like, this is who I am. This is how I want to play the game, and I'm going to play to my strengths within the obviously the bounds of what Mike's asking the defense to be. And as he's learned that as well, understanding where there's grace, where there's places to be able to challenge things there. And so it's been a really good fit, and he's certainly a great challenge to go against in practice.
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, Cooper, my last thought here in question, the impact and influence your dad had. Quarterback, PLU, Frosty Westering, literally blocks from my home down in Puyallup. What was some of the best counsel Dad gave you? And was any of it through, I don't know, the prism of Frosty Westering, who I think was so impactful on so many of he and his teammates?
It's crazy. Yes, there's like multifaceted question. One, like my dad has had the most impact of probably anyone in my life on who I am as a person, who I am as a football player, my mindset, how I view, how I view failure, how I view success. He was the architect of all that, right? Like he was my dad, and so he was my first quarterback. He taught me everything. He was the guy that taught me receiver from the perspective of a quarterback, right? Everything I did was how do I make the quarterback's life easier based on how I'm running my routes. And so it was a special thing to learn from him, all that stuff football wise. But then on the other side of things, just in life, so many of the meaningful conversations, so many of those like touch points that you look back on, like core memories of like these are moments in time that changed the trajectory of my life. My dad was a part of those conversations, a part of those moments. And as I got older, I started to realize, as more and more times the reference to Frosty and what Frosty meant to my dad at PLU, and the kind of coach that he was, and not just the football mind that he was, but just the onus that he put on himself to be a mentor for all of the guys that he coached as a mentor, as a guy that was raising up men coming through college. Frosty was, I've never seen, there's not been a soul like Frosty in a long time in the football world. And a lot of the things that I had learned that my dad taught me as a kid suddenly are coming as the Frostyism start like coming through, of like the red car, blue car, the jar of filling your priorities, what's most important. There's so many things that just like, and Frosty, these are all things that Frosty had poured into my dad that had changed his life as a 19, 20-year-old, that my dad has now implemented and has been that's poured into us, me and my brothers and sister, and our spouses. And it's the legacy picture, right? It's what lasts. And everyone has so much respect for Frosty and all the things he did at PLU, all the success he has as a football coach. But what's really special is the legacy he has created by pouring into young men who have become fathers and have poured into their kids who are now growing up and are going to take that same stuff and pour into their kids. And that is how legacy's created. And that's what the coolest thing that Frosty's done is the legacy, the generational legacy that Frosty has built because of his commitment to raising up men the right way.
I'm just trying to imagine your dad going through all that and then saying, yeah, if we do all this right, he's going to be at the Travis Kelce Taylor Swift wedding one day.
Stuck on the wedding.
It is all good.
Just stuck on the wedding.
Yes. Hey, we know you got to run. Thank you so much for taking so much time with us this morning, Cooper. We appreciate it. Great to have you on the show. Continue. Good luck.
Of course. Anytime. Thank you, guys.
All right, that was Cooper Kupp joining us, Brock, from Seahawks facility, Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and we'll be over there Thursday to talk to Mike Macdonald. There's actually a fair amount in there, man. Some really, really interesting stuff. I asked about Josh Jobe, hoping to get maybe a little bit more on his physicality. Mm-hmm. But, look, we've talked a lot about youth sports. If you're a young athlete, hearing how Josh Jobe, who's not the most talented guy in the field, not the biggest guy in the field, not the strongest guy in the field, hearing how he goes through the fundamentals as seriously and as intentionally as he does every day before just starting practice, should be a pretty good lesson on how to maximize.
Well, so does that guy. I mean, they're two in the peas in the same pod.
Another reason I kind of asked about it. Like they should kind of have a lot in common.
I mean, I remember
self-made.
Totally. And Cooper went to great length. You can find this on a podcast he did with his wife on their journey together, and starting in high school and on to college. And I want to say when he was a freshman in high school, he was like 95 pounds and was wearing ankle weights to school. Like knowing he had to get stronger, and they got to like 115 pounds. And I mean, he had to work and work and work for everything. And nobody still, was going to take him at the Division I level. So he goes to Eastern and does the same thing. And, the wife's saying like all the protein shakes and getting up at 5 a.m. No surprise. We had to tape this interview early because he's going to be an early to arrive and late to leave. And yeah, I mean, but both of those guys are absolutely in that same boat. Are there genetic, I mean, just guys out there that won the genetic lottery? Yes. A lot of them, especially at the line of scrimmage, to be that big, that fast, that physical. Are there some out there that did not necessarily win the genetic lottery, but have gotten the absolute very most out of everything they've been given? Yes. There are still places for the Brady Russells, the Cooper Kupps, the Josh Jobs, right? I think even a Julian Love is a guy that would tell you that, man, I'm not a 4-3 guy, right? Like I've had to gain that extra step with my mind and do all of those things. And the Seahawks team is just loaded and filled with them.
Mike Macdonald versus Sean McVay. I was tempted to make more jokes, but I decided not to go down the is Sean McVay just a huge baby?
We didn't have time for McVay.
I didn't want to say something like, well, is one of the differences that Mike Macdonald's not still whining about a 2-point conversion? Like, I'm not going down that road with him.
Yeah.
But the idea of never being satisfied, I think is great. But it's really, for me, the stuff he said about Mike Macdonald and his why, that he truly believes Mike is coaching in order to get the best out of them. Yeah. What a cool thing to say about somebody.
Yeah, striving for perfection, but landing on greatness. And both of those guys just wired that way. And then when you take it maybe a little step further and compare and contrast and get in the nitty gritty, I would say, and this is from a little bit from afar on McVay, because I think if he were the Seahawks coach, Salk, over the last 10 years and won Super Bowl and been to another Super Bowl and as innovative as he's been offensively, I probably would just respect even that much more if it was in proximity. But from afar, you see a guy that strives for perfection to constantly evolve his scheme.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to be the one that everybody else follows. He wants to be the one that first condensed all the formations and put Cooper Kupp in a spot where he was part H-back, part receiver, part slot, part fullback, part all of it. And then guess what everybody else is going to do? Condense. And then he's the guy that's going to take 2 and 3 tight ends and put them in spots that, are not traditional. And guess what? Everybody else is then going to follow. So I think his pursuit and constant strive for excellence is, how do I continue to innovate and be the one that everybody else follows? I think Mike Macdonald is some of that defensively, and then even more on the player end of it. Like, I am going to love my players and get the most out of my guys, and I want them. He says it to us all the time, privately and publicly. Why would I ever want them to play with fear? Why would I ever want them to play with doubt? I mean, that's no way to live. That's no way to play. I want to just release these guys to get the very best out of all of them. And I think he strives for that kind of psychological evolution and tool as much as he does his X's and O's scheme.
So, yeah, I mean, Mike Macdonald's obviously nonstop going to be a focus here. Josh Jobe probably isn't, but kind of interesting to hear some of that combo. And then I'm sorry, like, I love your question about the weddings. It's not just like that I imagine, like, all right, so Cooper Kupp, first, what is his
I think
wife
the term you were looking for was imposter syndrome.
Yeah, like, what am I doing here?
That's right.
How many times, and I don't know his wife from Adam, but I'm going to guess if she's anything like my wife, the amount of, I would think she probably changed her clothes 5 times. Like, you're going to Taylor Swift's freaking wedding.
A little easier for the guy. You know what?
Right, put on a tux.
It's a black tie.
Okay.
So get a fancy tux if you want a fancy tux.
And you got money, you're Cooper Kupp. Like, you've made millions of dollars.
It's not very complicated for them.
Go to Nordstrom, I'll take the nicest tux, get it tailored, and off you go.
I mean, I know George Kittle's wife used a stylist because I heard her talking about it. So
She'd have to.
But if you say you've got money, get a tux, you can pay a stylist if you're a woman as well.
That's true. That's true. But still more complicated, don't you think?
Yes, it's stressful.
Still more complicated than, look, everybody looks pretty good in a tux. I mean, like, it's hard to look bad in a tux. It's hard to look bad. It's a tux. It's black. It covers most of, like...
Right. There's not as much variation as women's dresses.
Also, he's a professional athlete. I mean, like, he's in good shape. He's going to look fine in a tux. Getting dressed and putting on your makeup for Taylor Swift's wedding seems really stressful.
Yes.
I don't want to go down that road. I don't think I would want to do that. That sounds hard. You think it's interesting that they didn't all get together and throw with Sam Darnold this offseason?
I mean, they did in spurts, and you heard it. And then the difference is actually when they get here, they really work. This is not let's just kind of go through the motions. It's voluntary, non-voluntary. So there is a massive, massive amount of work and attention to detail that goes on here. And then, you go to a Super Bowl, Salk. It's that line you walk to. hey, man, we got to get away from this.
Yep.
You got to get right.
Got to rest.
Yep. And then when it's time to go, it is time to go. And they'll go today, and then they'll be off tomorrow. And exciting for us because we'll get to be there doing our show on the first day of Pat's.
Cool.
When everything cranks up.
Cool stuff with his dad, too. I mean, you know, hearing my dad is such an enormous influence on all that stuff. Like, wow, it's pretty
neat. You follow your dad, and then obviously his dad impacted that whole legacy. Yeah, maybe that was a little self-serving for me because I was around Frosty Westering at PLU. They shared Spark Stadium with us. He was just a titan, an absolute icon. Chris Egan, who I think we're going to do a little youth sports stuff with when we come to town, would tell you just the impact that guy had, that spider web of influence, everything he talked about. Yeah, man, it's as profound as any human being we've had in the Pacific Northwest over the last 50 years.
All right, well, we are going to, we delayed Blue 88 a little bit so we could just get right into the Cooper Kupp conversation. So we will do Blue 88 coming up here in just a moment. Jeff Passan to get back to baseball at 8:30 and the state of the Mariners, which right now is sort of an SOS Mayday situation here in July. Jeff coming up at 8:30, Blue 88 next.
Just 6 days out from the trade deadline.
We honestly don't know yet what direction this is going to go.
This might be that time to once again go for it.
I agree. Now's the time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive.
Deadline countdown, 7 days.
An additional bat would go a long way. Yeah, I can see this going down.
Stay plugged in as the Mariners approach the trade deadline with Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net. Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater. DayandNight.net.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs. Always in stock, ready to ship same day. And backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline. We warehouse for you.
Go all in at Toyota of Renton with incredible inventory on the 2026 Tundra. Lease the 2026 Tundra SR5 for $479 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or finance at 2.99% APR for 72 months. Toyota of Renton's fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and walk you through the finance offerings so you can drive that truck home the same day. Visit them in store or online at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
When an emergency happens, be the first to know. Alert Seattle helps you stay safer and connected. This free service includes alerts about severe weather, safety, health, utility disruptions, major traffic accidents, and more. If you live or work in Seattle, Alert Seattle is the city's official emergency alert system. Sign up for text, email, or phone alerts during emergencies near your home, work, school, and more. Text Seattle to 67283. AlertSeattle.gov to learn more and sign up.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Summer is for sunshine.
It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Summer is for moonshots.
He just absolutely obliterates this! Multi-homer game, Cole Young!
Summer is for Mariners baseball.
Epperson is racing over, slides off! He makes the catch! Incredible!
So listen for the cheers and follow your ears to T-Mobile Park. Because where else can you travel to on a ferry boat and then eat crab nachos out of a ferry boat?
How sweet it
is! It is the sweetest, Rick. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
The Mariners are back in town this Friday, and the fun gets started with 50 Seasons Fireworks Night, presented by T-Mobile. Then don't miss Aloha Shirt Day Saturday, presented by Fred Meyer, and Super Mario Day Sunday, featuring a Julio Rodriguez bobblehead giveaway. Thanks to Nintendo. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Heward. And Brooke Heward.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, moving right along here, Brock. Jeff Passan coming up in 30 minutes. I think an important day to talk to our preeminent baseball writer for ESPN, Jeff Passan. We will do that, of course, at 8:30. And at 9:30 this morning, we're on to week 7 of the Seahawks season, a game that many of us didn't really watch because it was on opposite game 7 of the ALCS. So as we go through each one of these games day by day, this should be an important one because didn't really I watched the video highlights of it. I was like, I don't remember any of this.
Who was in game 7 of the ALCS? That would have been the Blue Jays and the Mariners.
Yeah, that was the Blue Jays and the Mariners. Yeah, the Mariners.
What a difference 110 games makes.
Yeah, that was a different
I
time.
mean, both those, as much as it's been a struggle bus for the Mariners, oof. I mean, it has been a disaster up north.
Blue Jays
so we'll ask Mr. Passan about some.
All right, we'll do that right now. A late version of Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, let's start here. I know you were texting with Jay Glazer last night, who was out at camp yesterday, along with Bert Breer. What was his big takeaway?
I love this from Jay. The one thing that Jay, I think, has learned in his 30 years, Salk, is he knows what he knows, and he doesn't try to pretend to be and purport to something that he's not. So this was his response when I said, what were your takeaways, and do you mind if I share it on the air? And he said, quote, whenever I go around, I only try to get a feel for culture and energy because I have no idea what they're working on. Even if I did, practice is when you work on stuff that you want to get better at. So I never judge the X's and the O's or any execution, but I can definitely tell culture and energy. And man, that energy was great, capital letters. Not tight at all. A lot of times, the next year's teams get very, very tight with the pressure of repeating the Super Bowl champs. These dudes don't show any of that, not even close. So cool because they seem like a family, and I've always felt that way about the Seahawks teams over the year. Such a cool team that leans into one another. So, I mean, Doesn't that kind of echo everything that we just talked about, the end of that Cooper Kupp conversation?
Yep.
Doesn't that echo so much of what Cooper talks about when he's comparing and contrasting Sean McVay and Mike Macdonald and many of their similarities? But I think Mike takes it that much further. He just walks that line, I guess, bottom line, Salk. He walks that line, and he's a Super Bowl champ in year 2 and way early and yada, 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 because he's a player's coach with that still, strict attention to detail.
Yep.
And it's so hard to do both of those things. He's good cop and he's bad cop, right? That whole conversation we had a little bit yesterday, and maybe I'll ask Jeff about, it's not like I don't know, maybe that's not even fair, because I think he's such a blend of all cops. Let's just bring everybody together. Let me have Leslie Frazier, who is as good a good cop as there is, and let me bring aboard some guys that might be a little saltier and grittier, and let me bring about some personalities that have way more charisma than I do. So he welcomes that whole kaleidoscope of culture, yet he walks that line as a player's coach with great attention to detail.
All right, question number 2. And speaking of charisma, Brock, Vita Vea wants out of Tampa. Here he was on Up and Adams, asked about where they were at contract-wise.
I'm not sure. I think we'll see what's going on.
Vita, what could be going on? How close are you to getting this thing done? I don't want this to be a storyline.
I don't know. I hope we're close. My fingers are crossed. I think.
Nothing. And then just an hour later, he's like, yeah, we're going to need a trade. This isn't good.
Maybe he asked his agent after the interview, so how close are we? I just went on this Kay Adams show. And
yeah,
she kept
and his
asking
agent
me.
then had a 29-second pause, so he was like, I guess not good.
Yeah, we're not close. The Glazer family not close with Baker. The Glazer family right now, at least, not close with Vita Vea. Is this how the game is played?
Seahawks have any interest in trading for Vita Vea?
Oh. He would fit. He would absolutely fit. I mean, you think of Mike Macdonald's Michigan teams, his Baltimore team, what Jaron Reed is asked to do here, Byron Murphy's asked to do. And obviously, Jaron and Leo and D-Law, and there's kind of guys there that are certainly, not at the very, very end, but getting there close. I think it's Byron Murphy.
I was going to say, if you trade for Vita,
what are you going to do?
You're
going to trade and pay Vita Vea and trade and pay Byron Murphy?
I mean, don't you have to pay Byron Murphy?
Yeah, you got to pay
Byron
Murphy.
I don't see how that happens.
I don't either.
I mean, I like Vita Vea a lot, and I'm always up for bringing in new talent.
But I think, what is Vita? In his 30s?
Gotta be.
I think he's 31, 32, and Murphy's, 22, 23
I don't
still.
see how that happens. That doesn't
Maybe he's a little bit older, but no, yeah. Not a fit here. Definitely fit in a bunch of places. Hopefully
31
not
years
San
old,
Francisco or, somewhere in our own division or Arizona. Keep him away from there.
Yeah,
but
send him to the AFC, please.
There you go.
All right. Question number 3. This is kind of cool. Yesterday, I enjoyed the conversation with Gray Zabel. I know you did as well, Brock. And the question about Brian Fleury and kind of what you're noticing and, how things are evolving with a new offensive coordinator. Here's what he told us.
He's a guy that just sees the game of football differently than 99.9% of human beings do. And it's truly remarkable how he sees it, how his ability is to teach it. And that's top to bottom our entire coaching staff. I mean, there's been a little bit of turnover in the staff, but good core of coaches are still here. So it's going to be super cool to build from year 1 to year 2. And we're excited because we're similar, but we're not going to be the same.
All right. So what did you get out of that?
Yeah, an awful lot. And just kind of seeing the game and how he sees the game differently. We hit on this a little bit yesterday. Just that background, Salk, of when you coach defense for as long as he coached defense and you're trying to take apart offenses and you're trying to not show your tails and you're trying to disguise and you're trying to innovate, and then all of a sudden you flip it around and you're on the other side of the ball and now you're trying to take apart a defense. And not many have that background. Fun little story, just sitting up. I told you we watched some tape last week of our team camp and getting to sit in a room with a couple linemen that played almost 25 years in the NFL and a college lineman and their experience. And our head O-line coach was saying, we got to get our guard here to look up and see the pre-snap alignment of that linebacker, to process that. Why is he there? Why is he in that alignment? What do you think he is going to do? Right? To just that why. Can you answer that why at every single position? And I think I hear a little is able bringing that with Fleury. Like, he knows the why on offense, and he knows the why on defense. And when you know all of those whys, if you can teach it, implement it, and then in real time process it, you should have an advantage. You should be a step ahead of your counterpart and people you're trying to defeat.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. Maybe a little bonus, Brock. I thought maybe it's not really a football question per se, but I thought maybe you could grade this performance from your favorite play-by-play announcer, Jason Benetti, who was calling the Orioles-Tigers game last night when they had an unexpected squirrel visitor on the field.
The chase for the squirrel is on, and the squirrel is in the corner, and the squirrel is still eluding an entire horde of grounds crew members. And the squirrel's free once again. Hemmed in? No, I won't be hemmed in. I have freedom on my mind. Trying to go between the legs, and eventually he gets away again and hops through the towel. And hops through another towel.
That's pretty good.
How do we grade Benetti's
I was waiting for the just like Hypno Toad there, the TCU walk-off field goal. I was waiting for Hypno Squirrel. Yeah, we got a Hypno Squirrel here that's just lost its mind, and we can't track it down. That's pretty good. Maybe I'll text old Benetti. I think we'll talk to him next week.
The Tigers
come in next week. We'll definitely talk to him.
Usually a good opportunity to hear what he's got to say and what he sees from his vantage point. All right. Well, Jeff Passan, as we get back to baseball here in 20 minutes, perfect day for Jeff to help us understand where the Mariners are at. And as I asked at 7 o'clock, okay, we know the problems. What are the solutions? And that's part of my question for Jeff at 8:30. Up next, we'll give you guys everything you need to know. And then Jeff Passan coming up on Brock and Salk.
Just 6 days out from the trade deadline.
We honestly don't know yet what direction this is going to go.
This might be that time to once again go for it.
I agree. Now's the time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive.
Deadline countdown, 7 days.
An additional bat will go a long way. Yeah, I can see this going down.
Stay plugged in as the Mariners approach the trade deadline with Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Pacific Power Batteries understands batteries for golfers, batteries for your car, your golf cart, and your bag's electric cart. We also sell good, used, 5-year-old EasyGo and Yamaha golf carts with a written satisfaction guarantee starting as low as $17.99. Located in Everett, Marysville, Mount Vernon, Bellingham, Monroe, and Wenatchee, you'll find our staff is well-trained in batteries and the latest charging technology. Pacific Power Batteries, with batteries for golfers.
Olympic Hot Tub has more ways than ever to achieve total wellness at home. Immerse yourself in a saltwater hot spring spa and let jets melt stress away. Enjoy a refreshing swim in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to healing warmth and detox in a Tilo sauna. Then awaken mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Current specials with exciting savings at OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
The champs are back.
Really excited to get going.
Nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of your Super Bowl champions, Seattle Sports.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Hey, what are you doing? I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but... Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs. Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area. And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
You know, Brock came in yesterday and it's like, oh, glimmer of hope. Tom Canzone hit the home run. You get an opportunity to split the series in Texas, which wouldn't have been ideal, but absolutely gets you to kind of move on and gives you the life to fight another day. The season didn't end yesterday, but it got to a very critical point, I believe, when they find a way to lose. They just didn't really show up yesterday. You give up 7 runs from your starting pitcher in the first 4 innings.
Here's the 0-2 from George. Swung on, ripped left field, high, deep. That is gone. Another Rangers home run. Jake Berger. A 2-run home run. It's home run derby. That's the 4th of the day. It's 7-2 Texas.
You know, as we've gone through the review of the Seahawks season a year ago and the whole journey and all of it, and just how pissy Mike was early in the year with losses to teams that certainly felt like they're better than or had every opportunity to defeat if we just do what we do. I don't know, man. Like, those 4 games, Texas was better than you over those 4 games. Like, in every way, they pitched better than you. They hit way better than you. They hit for power. They slugged way better than you. Like, they played competent defense. You played fairly competent defense as well, but they were the better team.
Over those 4 games.
Over those 4 games. And thank goodness Dom had that mighty swing. Otherwise, it may have very easily been a sweep.
But as you heard George Kirby say, they shouldn't be Texas doesn't have more talent than them. They shouldn't be playing better than them over the course of a series like that. And I take what Kirby said pretty seriously.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think about any of that stuff, but, like, it just stinks because, you know, we've been a better team than them. So it just stinks that we didn't come out and play to our potential. So, yeah, for me, that just stinks.
Texas is playing to its potential, maybe above it.
Yeah.
You are playing below your potential.
That's right.
Like, that is just the simple fact. That's what happened over the course of these 4 games.
I like that better.
And that's what's happened over the course of 2/3 of a season.
I like framing it that way better than quote-unquote talent. I think that just...
Okay.
I just do. In my own weird ways or whatever. What's that?
You want to have a Bob Gross and Tom conversation where we debate the semantics of it for an hour?
No, I'm good.
Because we're saying the same thing.
Yes.
Okay, good to hear. Mariners 52-55 in third place on the road for 3 more here in L.A. to face the Dodgers. Castillo, Hancock, Bryce Miller scheduled to throw against the defending champs.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We have been working together for too long. 6 days to the trade deadline. Mariners, what are they going to do? What do they want to do? Are they going to buy? Are they going to sell? I think that's probably a question for Passan. It's been just an automatic assumption.
Does a looming labor conflict? I saw Jeffrey commenting on that. Is that playing a role in these conversations?
A week ago, Jeff said pretty specifically the Mariners should buy, that they should go for it. I'm curious what a week says to him, where they've played arguably worse baseball than they had when we talked to him then.
Right.
I mean, like, they've done nothing to justify that view, and certainly losing 3 out of 4 and about to go to L.A.
When was the last time they were 10 games under 500 on the road?
I don't know.
Feels like a long, it's just not been this bad on the road
That's got to be like pre-Cano. Would be my guess. Or I mean, I don't even think that was the case when they started to rebuild. Like, I don't even think the rebuild teams had that kind of problems.
No.
So, I mean, it's really gotten pretty ugly. And then if you're looking for some of those bats that we've talked about, well, 2 of them just got hurt. Both Spencer Steer and Casey Schmidt are now out, Brock. So, of the names that we've talked about as potential acquisitions, those are 2 of the more helpful / likely names, and both of them now are going to miss some time. May not be ideal for anybody to acquire at the deadline.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks wrapped up their third practice yesterday. They got 1 more today, day off tomorrow, and then the pads come on Thursday. We'll be down there that day to talk to Mike Macdonald. I played you some of his general sound, but I kind of like the more specific player, talking about each player. And Dante Fowler is one of the new names that we don't know a lot about yet, at least as a Seahawk. He's been in the league forever. Here's Mike on his new defensive end.
Yeah, you can definitely feel him today. You want to affect the quarterback, but not too much at this point. It's part of the training camp, so he's doing great. He's getting used to how we roll here, and I think he's enjoying his time, which is a positive. But definitely seen flashes for sure. So we're excited about it.
You like Dante Fowler?
I do. I think one of his next level. I know data is always questioned. Question the data in football, but you don't really question his immediate wins and his explosiveness still and his get off the ball. He was still, I believe, one of the top 10 guys in many of those categories even a season ago. If all the sacks weren't there, just that, what Mike just said, you feel him. You feel that guy right off the jump. He's going to dent that pocket. The quarterback is going to feel his presence. And, yeah, they're ramping him up, I think, appropriately, right? He was signed a little bit later in the process, going to get used to the way we do things here. You're going to be careful, I think, with him, still careful with DeMarcus Lawrence, who's not really partaking in the 11-on-11 stuff, is doing everything else. So they're going to make sure that those guys get to the starting line week 1, raring and ready to go.
Meanwhile, Bert, you mentioned Jake Glazer being out there. Our friend Bert Breer was there yesterday as well.
Jadarian Price replacing Kenneth Walker. I mean, you guys can, worry about the guard situation if you want, who's going to play opposite Gray Zabel, but that'll work itself out. I think you can mask that if there's an issue there. I just don't look at a lot of positions as having these massive questions. I mean, even looking at guys like they got Derek Hall extended. I thought there was no way they were going to be able to bring back Rashid Shaheed. Now he's here. It's just like they've answered a lot of questions.
I think honestly it is the secondary. And obviously Charbonnet's continued development and progress and everything. But you lose not one, you lose two guys in that secondary, in Woolen and Kobe, that made a bunch of plays for you and were difference makers and a lot of continuity and all the communication that goes on with that. So Neal and Bud Clark and the new faces and Ty Okada and DeAnthony Bell and what all of that looks. I think the secondary probably, honestly, as far as personnel goes, it's probably the area of both the most competition and some of the unknowns that got to continue to emerge.
Well, and it certainly looks that way, especially now with no Nick Eamon-Worry out
That's
there.
right.
I mean, once he gets back, maybe that looks a little bit different. But all right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Mariners at a very critical juncture in this season, and maybe even for the franchise. Like, what direction are they going to go now? Jeff Passan joins us to discuss next on Brock and Salk.
Just 6 days out from the trade deadline.
We honestly don't know yet what direction this is going to go.
This might be that time to once again go for it.
I agree. Now's the time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive.
Deadline countdown, 7 days.
An additional bat would go a long way. Yeah, I can see this going down.
Stay plugged in as the Mariners approach the trade deadline with Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
Hey, Mike Salk here. Training camp underway. Team is hungry, ready, clear. The guys took their offseason seriously as they're getting ready for all their cylinders to be pumping on September 9th. So, can you make changes in your life to be your best by that first game? Because Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can really help you do it. By help, I mean give you a proven plan to lose 30, 40 pounds or more by the start of the season. You can do it naturally with no pills or injections, no side effects. It's all real food that you buy at the grocery store. It's why so many in Western Washington have lost significant weight and become a healthy, happier version of themselves with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I'm one of them. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks. And that could be you by the end of this summer, all right? You could do this. It starts at just a 15-minute phone call. That's free. Find out if this is the right plan for you. I think it is because it's so effective. And by the way, the maintenance element really does work as well. You can find it all at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Paddle your way to a salmon run surprise of $100,000 in cash. Win your share with hourly drawings from 6 p.m. till midnight every Saturday in August. It's a King's Cash cascade of prizes that just keeps on growing, cresting at a $15,000 finale on August 29th. Dive into all the freshwater fun with one free daily entry. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 35 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
These days, everyday savings add up. Get more for your restaurant, food truck, or big event at Chef Store with warehouse savings on the food and supplies you use most. No membership required. Plus, we're open to the public. Visit Chef Store today.
My goal is what's best for the customer. You know, I truly believe that I won't ever deviate from that.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When an emergency happens, be the first to know. Alert Seattle helps you stay safer and connected.
This free service includes alerts about severe weather, safety, health, utility disruptions, major traffic accidents, and more. If you live or work in Seattle, Alert Seattle is the city's official emergency alert system. Sign up for text, email, or phone alerts during emergencies near your home, work, school, and more. Text Seattle to 67283. AlertSeattle.gov to learn more and sign up.
The champs are back.
Really excited to get going.
Nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of your Super Bowl champions, Seattle Sports.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
An old electrical panel is like a tired bullpen. Fine until you really need it. Dave Wyman here for Fast Home Services. They have your back with panel and service upgrades starting at $4,800. Get more capacity for additions like hot tubs, generators, and EV chargers. From the Seattle team that's earned your trust since 1986. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST to book your free in-home estimate or visit fasthomeservices.com for a virtual quote in seconds for water heaters, plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Man, a really important day to have Jeff Passan with us. Good morning, Jeff. It's been a bit of a slog here, Jeffrey, for a while. We were talking a week ago, and I think we all concurred when you said now's the time to go for it, and the American League is weak, and the Mariners have opportunities. As we sit here a week later, they did not play good baseball. They just lost 3 out of 4 to Texas, and were very nearly swept out of Arlington. What is happening with our Mariners here right now?
Yeah, all of these things are true, and it's incredible how I can say what I said a week ago, watch this team play, and come away with a completely different perspective. Because let's just say we were to completely Men in Black brain zap everybody and show them a game played by the Seattle Mariners. Looking at them, you would say this is like a 75-win team. They just look absolutely terrible right now. And I think the most frustrating part is that I always say this. I've said this on the show a million times. Talent wins, talent wins, talent wins. Get as much talent as you can, and you're going to be just fine. We are approaching the 2/3 mark of this season, guys. It's going to happen tonight. The 108th game will be played. And the Seattle Mariners are going to be under 500 with essentially a neutral run differential. And how they wound up here, to me, speaks to something a little bit deeper. And sometimes you reach a point with a group of players where things need, like, you got to change it up. You got to change up the mix in there. And I almost wonder if it's a matter of changing up the mix, because I'm not sure that they're going to change up the thing that they really should, which is the manager.
So when that talent / potential doesn't produce in baseball, I have got a pretty keen sense for what it means in football. But when talent and potential doesn't produce in baseball, what's the fix?
The fix is change. And I don't know what that change looks like. I don't know how profound that change needs to be.
Assistant hitting coach? Assistant to the assistant hitting coach? Is that the first step in change that they made the other day?
Sure. It could be a start. I say all of this, by the way, with the acknowledgement up front that because I'm not there every day, because I don't have as good of a grasp of the dynamics of the clubhouse as Ryan Divish or Adam Jude, I don't know if I have the full prescription, frankly. But I'm just looking like 30,000 foot here. My job, it necessitates that I know a good bit about every team, but maybe not quite to the same level as people who are around every day. But even from afar, guys, you can see what's going on right now. It's not working. And that's where you run into something particularly difficult, because the Mariners, not just the Mariners, but franchises outside and the models of the other 29 teams and observers, we all thought the Mariners were going to be really good this year. So I think in order to prescribe changes, it needs to come internally, and there needs to be a reckoning of some sorts within the franchise where they say, what we've got right now isn't working. How do we fix or find what might? And it might not just be adding. There might be some subtraction that has to go on as well, and it might get kind of uncomfortable. And that's where you get to the point where you're like, okay, where do we make those changes? Who could go that might not be on our radar otherwise?
So that kind of takes us down a couple of roads, right? One is the trade deadline. Maybe they are not the straight buyers that we thought or hoped they would be.
Correct.
We've talked about the idea of Randy Arozarena or someone along those lines sort of playing a role not unlike Nomar Garciaparra in 2004, where just like, hey, this mix isn't right. Even though this guy's one of our better players, it's time to move on. I don't know if that's Randy, but is that the type of thing you're talking about?
That is the type of thing I'm talking about, and I don't think that the Mariners would be crazy by any means to explore moving Randy Arozarena. It's one of those situations, guys, where if you're the Mariners, you're just like, God, why isn't this guy an infielder? It would be so much easier to move off of positions of strength, and maybe you can argue that outfield isn't nearly the weakness that people think it might be. The Mariners have already two of the best right-handed hitting outfielders in baseball. You could argue that Julio Rodriguez and Randy Arozarena are two of the top five, frankly. So the desire to go and get that third right-handed hitting outfielder, maybe you can do that and trade Randy and then give Luke Raley and Don Canzone full-time at-bats even against left-handers. I know that's a perilous thing, and part of the reason for Canzone and Raley's success this year is because of the way that the Mariners have deployed them. They've done a good job of that, generally speaking. But when you see an offense like this is the hard part. When you see an offense that has struggled as much as the Mariners have, I think 37 runs in 10 games since the break, whereas the Washington Nationals, who admittedly have the best offense in baseball this season, but just for context and perspective, they've scored 70 in their 10 games. How do you trade the guy who's been your best offensive player this year? That's a hard thing to do, and logically, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but he's not coming back. I would be willing to bet that Randy Arozarena will not be a Mariner next year, and so maybe you can get some value out of this, and maybe that's the thing that changes what you need, because I don't get the sense that the manager is a possibility at this point. We've seen managerial changes in late seasons work. We've seen it work in Seattle. So why this is off the table, I don't quite get.
But your impression is it is off the table.
I have not gotten any sense that it is a realistic possibility that Dan Wilson is fired at this point. Yes.
Can you help with this one? And Jeffrey Passan with us, as he is every Tuesday. And while our proximity leads to a lot of passion and emotion as we watch every swing and miss and every struggle and everything else, and equally celebrate the highs on the other end of that, your global picture does help, I think, in a question like this. Compare and contrast the Philly situation, the Boston situation. They both made managerial moves earlier this year. Compare and contrast their situations with what's going on in Seattle right now.
I think it's very simple. If Dan Wilson weren't one of the, best players in franchise history, he would not be manager anymore. I think it's simple as that. There's politics that are going on here. And it's always like when you hire somebody like him, it's the same. I think the comparable is Buster Posey as president of baseball operations with the Giants. If things don't go right, it's going to be harder to get rid of that person to whom the franchise owes a debt because of his service in the past. And Dan Wilson was a great player for the Seattle Mariners and was part of the best run that the organization has ever seen, and an integral part of that. And so because of that, I think there's some gratitude there that the people running the Mariners don't feel like they want to do somebody wrong who's done so right by the franchise. But are you wasting a year potentially by doing so? Are you looking at an opportunity to change things up and salvage them, which, by the way, let's not act like the Mariners are out of it by any means. I still think they have a very real opportunity to win the American League West. They just need to play completely differently than they have for the entire season so far. And how do you get that out of guys? Sometimes the manager is the answer.
I want to ask you about that part of it as well. Hearing you say what you just said is really hard. It's really hard to hear as a Mariner fan, as somebody that wants the team to win. Assuming that what you just said is accurate, that if Dan weren't a part of the team's history, that maybe we'd be in a different situation here. That's not acceptable. I mean, like, as a fan of a team, that is really the last thing you want to hear. What does that look like? Since you mentioned San Francisco, what does that look like for the Giants and that franchise?
I mean, they are where they are right now. Like, they're one of the 5 worst teams in baseball. They're trying to sell, but the pieces that they've got beyond Luis Arraez and Robbie Ray and maybe Elliot Ramos and a couple of relievers, like, there's just not a whole lot there. They can't move Rafael Devers. They're going to have a hard time moving Willie Adames and Matt Chapman. It's bad. It's not even close in Seattle to what's going on in San Francisco right now. The Giants the Giants might be bad for a while. I still think, every week I come on here and we have that dramatic drop at the end. I think this is going to be the best run in the history of the Seattle Mariners franchise. I still do believe that. And I believe it because teams are calling the Mariners and they want to talk about Cade Anderson and they want to talk about Ryan Sloan and they want to talk about Las Montes and this group that's going to be coming, and all of them aren't going to be good. That's an unreasonable expectation, but there are going to be some stars that join this team over the next 2 years. Like multiple.
So let me ask the follow-up, Jeff, on Dan, because it comes back to what you said. All right, if they're not going to make a change and you believe that the season is salvageable, and I agree with you 100%, what can Dan do? What can the coaching staff of this team do between now and the end of the year to make a difference and solve this problem?
I'll say this. I don't know specifically what they have done that they could necessarily change to have like that direct impact what I will say is when you do something 107 times and you're succeeding, only 48 or 49% of the time, when all of the objective measures out there suggest you should be succeeding 51 or 52 or higher, you need to ask yourself, what are we doing, and does this work, or could this be contributing to the issue, and what specifically do I need to change? It needs to be curiosity about how you can go get the best out of these guys. And I wish I had an answer for you guys. I wish I had a blanket answer that would make Cal Raleigh start hitting and that would keep home runs in the ballpark and, make a lot of these starting pitchers who have been giving them up look like we expect them to. So I would love it if there was like a blanket answer. I don't know that there is. I think when you have 26 guys in a clubhouse, quite often there are 26 answers, and it just needs to be like you need to be dialed in to where everybody's at and figure out, even if I've lost this clubhouse, or even if this clubhouse, maybe doesn't look at me the same way that the Rays do Kevin Cash or that the Reds do Terry Francona. I still need to try and do my very best, and the Mariners franchise this year has not done its best.
I didn't text you this homework ahead of time, but you're savvy enough to answer it. And I think it helps frame your comment there at the end of every open of the show of they're poised to go on the best run in franchise history, Jeff, because that's what everybody felt when we were in Peoria. That's what every talking head across the sport felt. That's what every power ranking felt was, this was go time. So as we sit here 100 and some games into the year, how many organizations would trade in totality, the whole organization, their farm system, their major league product, and everything, how many of them would trade their situation for the Mariners situation?
More than 25.
And therein is the problem, right? Therein is exactly what you're talking about, the potential and the talent not living up to it. That in your farm system and in your rankings and in your young people and your controllable assets and your pitching and your talent.
Top 5 in baseball.
You're top 5 in baseball.
Yes. I think if we're just starting from scratch on the 180 players that you've got in your organization domestically, I think the Dodgers are in a better position. I think the Brewers are in a better position. And beyond that, you can make an argument with the Mariners to be next. The Rays are going to be somewhere in there because really good big league team right now, excellent farm system. You could argue that the White Sox, actually, because of the young talent that they've got, are going to be in the mix there. Atlanta's always good, really good big league team and improved farm system. Philadelphia, maybe the Cubs, maybe the Pirates, just because of Griffin and Skeens and the offense that they have right now. Beyond that, it's the M's. And I think if I actually were doing this, I think I'd probably have them third. I'd probably go Dodgers, Brewers, Mariners.
Okay. Jeff, there's a lot to digest there. I got to be honest. I mean, like I'm not like any of this is necessarily shocking. I think, Mariner fans, you're a lot of people listening to you right now are kind of nodding along. I mean, like, that makes sense.
And that's what this all comes down to in the end. I actually think for the most part, the front office has done the right job in assembling this team. I still look at this team and ask myself, how in God's name are they not absolutely running away with this division? And, when you ask yourself that question, you go and check off different areas to wonder, okay, so is it a very specific weakness that they have that could be solved? I mean, there's some weaknesses here and there, but every team is going to have weaknesses. What is it? Well, like if you check off all the player boxes, what does it come down to? And then the one thing is, okay, who's motivating them? Who day after day is the one that's in there and whose job it is to get the best out of the talent that you have assembled. And this is nothing personal with Dan Wilson. It's the record just speaks for itself. That's all.
So just to follow up there, is this when you say that, is it about in-game decision making? Is it about clubhouse chemistry? Is it have they quit on the manager? Is it just, hey, someone's got to pay and it can't be Bobby Magianis? Like what is where do you get it from? Where does it come? Where does it stem from most?
I think it's a combination of most of those things. There was one in there in the middle that I didn't agree with, but I'm old and forgetful now, and so
was it
think
lost the clubhouse?
Yes,
right.
Correct.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I don't see any evidence he's lost the clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, I think players, frankly, looked at Scott's service in a worse one than they do Dan Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
But what are you doing as manager to make this team better? Where are the value adds that you're bringing? And I'd be curious what Dan Wilson would answer.
Well, what do other managers bring? Just you mentioned someone like Terry Francona or Kevin Cash, or we just watched Skip Schumacher for the last couple of days here. What do those managers bring that are value added to the club?
I think, so in Tito's case, I think because he has managed for decades, the experience and the understanding of game flow and decision-making, I think the in-game decision-making there is comparatively elite. With Kevin Cash, I think it is the way that every player with the Rays not only understands that he has a very specific and necessary role, but comes to accept those roles and understands where he stands with the team. The communication of Kevin Cash is elite. And because of that, the relationships build stronger. And it's nice when you walk into work. This goes for the two of you, me, every single person listening. It's nice when you walk into work, look at your boss, and say, not only is this person hyper competent, but he or she has my best interests in mind. I think that's a big part of the Rays' success, that everybody feels, the players especially, feel like there's an investment in them, and in that they are seen not as a part of this whole unit necessarily, but that the team is looking out for them individually as well, which is a rare thing for baseball players to feel. With Skip Schumacher, I think that because he has played more recently and because he's been in front office roles where there have been decisions that have been made that have not entirely come through him, but certainly he's been a big part in making those decisions. He's invested in knowing the modern game and understanding how it works, and that manifests itself both inside the clubhouse as well as in the in-game decision making. So I think it's a whole suite of things that managers need to do these days. And Dan Wilson, when he took over, was put in a very difficult position. He didn't have any experience doing any of these things, particularly at the major league level, and so the learning curve can take a little while, but what progress has there been? What growth has been seen? And most of all, like, how has that manifested itself positively on the Mariners in terms of their one-loss record?
So what does Mike Macdonald like to say about football in the game? Like, the game speaks to you or the game unfolds. Mike likes to kind of say that. In that same framework, Jeff, what is this team saying to the front office they need to do, should do over the next 6 days?
I think what this team is saying is that the desire to go out and buy aggressively might not be warranted. And look, as much of the record as we're putting on Dan Wilson, that's not fair entirely. Ultimately, this is about the players. Like, they need to be the ones who step up and who make changes too. And it's the coaching staff's job to help facilitate that. but ultimately this is a game about the players. And the most troublesome part of all of this is when you look at the lineup, when you look at the rotation, when you look at the bullpen, you ask yourself, where could we actually meaningfully upgrade or change things that would have a demonstrable difference? And there really aren't great answers. I think one of the reasons that the Mariners have been connected as strongly as they have to Mason Miller is because every team needs another bullpen arm, right? It's when you go position by position, though, that it doesn't seem like there are a whole lot of real substantive upgrades out there for the Mariners to go and pursue.
It's a pretty talented team, and it's been very disappointing. There's no doubt to watch them struggle the way they have this year. Brock doesn't like the word talent, but we've been using. What was the word you liked better, Brock?
I like potential.
Not living up to their potential, not living up to their billing, all of it. And the last point you made there, Jeff, about the growth. Yeah, look, if the players want to keep the manager and want the manager, they are going to have to figure it out. Like, it's up to them. If they can play better, obviously, they're not going to be a managerial change because there's not going to be any reason to. So if the players love him and want him, they need to go do that themselves. I come back to what you just said about his growth in the last 2 years. And, they took a risk by hiring him without interviewing anybody else and saying this is the guy, and gave him a long-term contract, not just an interim job. And, I think the hope and the expectation was, might not understand all of it day one, but as it goes, it's going to improve rapidly. And I think I hear you say that hasn't really been the case.
Yeah, Again, I am going from afar here, and I'm talking with people who are, in the organization, on the field. And I've never had somebody come to me or in a conversation say, you know what, like, Dan's really good at this. And you hear that about other managers.
All right, Jeff. Thank you. There's a lot to chew on there. I'm not going to lie.
Really pick me up.
It's a lot to chew on.
What do you expect?
Pretty much that.
You know what? This was a little return of the wet blanket.
You know what's about to happen, by the way.
It's kind of damp.
The Mariners are about to reel off 6 in a row. I mean, like, there's no doubt.
When you said, do you know what's about to happen, I thought Mora was going to hit the song.
No. The Mariners are going to win 6 in a row. There's no way they can't win 6 in a row after what you just said. There's no way. There's no way. Yeah. All right. What, you need to hear the wet blanket?
Can we play the song?
Oh, yes. Is that still in the system? I feel like maybe we've erased it.
Have the Mariners been good for long enough now that the wet blanket has completely gone away?
I don't have it here. I'm looking for the wet blanket song.
Wow.
It's been a sad state of affairs to the point where I still do talk with Mike Salk and Brock Heward, who are radio hosts up in Seattle. And I think I started going on the show.
I don't know. This is where you discuss being the wet blanket. But no, I think we've lost the wet blanket sound. I don't know what to tell you, Jeff. Like, it seems to be gone.
That is worse than anything Dan Wilson's done this year, guys.
Well, we take full responsibility for that. I don't know what happened. Maura, this is sad.
I've got it.
Maura has it. Oh, here we go.
Jeff Passan, the wet blanket, raining on parades, harsh and buzzes all day.
They're going to have bad years coming up.
Jeff Passan, the wet blanket.
There you go. Goodbye, Jeffrey. See you later.
The best part of it is at the end where I just go, they're going to have a bad.
Goodbye, Jeff.
Goodbye, Jeff. We'll come right back and discuss everything you had to say. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Just 6 days out from the trade deadline.
We honestly don't know yet what direction this is going to go.
This might be that time to once again go for it.
I agree. Now's the time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive.
Deadline countdown, 7 days.
An additional bat would go a long way. Yeah, I can see this going down.
Stay plugged in as the Mariners approach the trade deadline with Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
This summer, Western Washington drives Toyota Camry. Now through August 3rd, lease a new 26 Camry LE with all-wheel drive for $329 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing for a contract cost of $15,514. Excludes all applicable taxes and government fees. A negotiable doc fee of $200 is included. With approved credit through TFS. Price will vary based on accessories. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Worried about tariffs, imports, hidden fees on your trees? Relax. At Big Trees, the only thing growing faster than our trees is your relief, because trees don't come with tariffs. What you will find is a massive nursery open to the public with hundreds of locally grown trees ready for planting. Come visit our nursery today or online at bigtreesupply.com. That's bigtreesupply.com.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Guaranteed. Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
You don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Every job's different, so why not your equipment plan? Rent it when you need it. Buy it when you're ready. Levitt Machinery makes it easy to get to work. Need a lift? Stack it, reach it, lift it, Levitt.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Michael is in his 70s, and he was dealing with an injury.
I had tears in my rotator cuff. Just the discomfort of going about everyday life. Day-to-day things were not comfortable or almost impossible, but just being inactive was troubling.
He was in a great deal of pain.
I started trying to learn how to brush my teeth with my left hand, and you can't do it. It was ridiculous.
Searching for answers, Michael found Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, where he underwent stem cell therapy.
You know, I played basketball Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and so I'm getting my shot back. It's not back to where it was, but hey, before I couldn't even do anything. So 100% improvement of what it was.
Wow, that's great to hear. Would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I can share without a doubt that it helped me, and I'm grateful for that.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free. Let's go!
Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, 1 hour to go here on the Brock and Salk Show before we turn things over to Bump and Stacy. They're down at practice today leading into training camp, and we will run through week 7 of the Seahawks season from last year at 9:30. That was the Houston game that you might not really remember because it took place during the Mariners Game 7 against the Blue Jays in the ALCS. And as we sit here today, all these months later, Jeff Passan was very, very pointed to run through what we heard from Jeff. The team is not where it should be. He no longer thinks that they should be significant buyers at the deadline. And if anything, he wonders if they should sell or make a move to try to change the complexion of the team, the complexion of the clubhouse, not unlike the Nomar Garciaparra move in 2004 that the Red Sox made. And maybe to go beyond that, he thinks they should do that because what they aren't going to do is move on from their manager, which is what he thinks they should actually do. That is a lot in there.
There is a ton to unpack. I think Jeff, when you say, as he did to us, as many did, as I kind of framed that question to him, this is a elite team. This is a World Series team. This is a World Series organization. They should be poised to go on some of the best run in franchise history, and then the team is playing and falling flat. They're 10 games under 500 out on the road, right? They're in the worst division in baseball, yet they're in third place in that division with that said roster. I will say, is I'm just in real time reacting to a lot of those like jabs. I will say, when you asked about value add with other managers, the value add for Dan Wilson and why that move was made when it was made about 2 years ago was because we need to empower these players, right? Like the voice needs to come from within. That old adage I love to say to you about good teams and bad teams and elite teams, and he did, and he was like one of the greats to do it, and he's in the Mariners, top 50 players, and he's all those things, and he did, and empowered those players then, and did through last year, and guys went on historic runs, and Cal's success, and all the conversations we had about he gave the power back to the players, and I think now, unfortunately, that's coming back to bite him in. Bite him in the tail.
It's sort of libertarianism, right? They had a kind of if you want to make a political philosophical comparison here, Scott was it wasn't a dictatorship, but it was certainly a big government state where Scott was very involved.
There was a lot of authority that came from that office.
Thank you. Well said.
Yes.
And they decided to go to more of a libertarian philosophy. Hands off.
Yep. That's right.
The manager is only involved when they need to be involved.
Yep.
And that was, at the time, exactly what it looked like and what they needed.
Yep.
I think you're seeing right now some of the challenges that can come with that kind of a state as to take it back away from politics and just bring it back to baseball or any sports team, any athletic endeavor, Each philosophy has its time and its merit and its place.
Mm-hmm.
What is the right philosophy, merit, and place right
now? I would say, and again, not to put this all on Cal, that's wholly unfair to do any singular player when it's everybody involved. But a year ago, Salk, he's hitting 60 home runs. A year ago, kind of his mantra, his DNA, his grind, his grit, his all of that, because he's at the front of the line. He's second in the MVP race. And guess what happens with teams like that? I was around Peyton Manning when Peyton Manning was a great player and led us to the AFC title game. And guess what? Marvin Harrison and Peyton Manning are best players. Guess what their attitudes do? It permeates to everybody. It affects everybody. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to practice my butt off because they do. Like, they work that way. I better work that way. And then, unfortunately, this year, it's just been catastrophic for Cal. It has been the most precipitous fall in the history of the 10 other guys that did what he did a year ago. From a home run standpoint and OPS standpoint, there were 10 guys in the history of the sport. None of them had any. I think Bob Nightingale tweeted that out the other day.
Through that yesterday. Yes. None of them have ever had the precipitous decline that Cal has.
So then what happens? Then who's going to fill that vacuum when he's gone for a month? Who's the leadership? Who's going to rise? Is that JP? Is that Julio? Is that Naylor? Is that any of those guys that have that kind of, I don't know, the play? Randy Arozarena is your best player. He's our best player. He's our all-star. He doesn't even run down to first base on a ground ball at times. He doesn't even chase a ball into the corner. But that's your best player. He's been your most productive player.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think you compare and contrast, and that's why the dude MF'd him before, and all of that, even before the season began. Like, I'm not wired like you. I'm not built like you. I don't play the game that way like you. And in fact, I don't even like you. That was before this season even began in the struggles of Cal. So, yeah, you turn it over, and unfortunately, that clubhouse and that play is just, it's not risen, and it's not lived up to the talent nor the potential.
Yes.
So it's easy, and Dan is the easiest piece of all of that to change. Manager always is. Right. And
it sounds like that's not the direction, at least according to Jeff's reporting there. That's not the direction that they're taking on that. That even if it is generally the easiest way to make a move, they don't want to go down that road. And in Jeff's
and if these players do
that's
love
because
him.
of Dan's role in the organization.
And if these players do love him,
right?
Said
this
if they do
times today.
Admire him, if they do believe in him, then it's going to be those players that change the narrative.
Yeah.
It's going to be those players that go win a series in LA.
This is a good test for them, for Dan. Honestly, that's why I came back, started the show at 6 and at 7 talking about Dan and the management's role and kind of where they're at today and the importance of the manager being the one to kind of get this team going right now. This is the time where you got to step up. Even if you were a hands-off libertarian style, there's still moments.
Yeah.
There are still moments where you get called upon. And Brock, you're absolutely right. I've said it a few times today. Yeah. If they love Dan and they want Dan to be their guy,
then you better play.
Go sweep the Dodgers. Go win 2 out of 3. Go come home and beat the Twins and Tigers and show everybody that this team isn't dead. Because if you do all that, this whole conversation goes away.
100%.
And it's a one-day blip, a one-week blip. And everyone's like, well, yeah, things got to the breaking point, and good on him because he stepped up in that moment and got it done. But if they don't do that, I think things go from bad to worse.
Yeah, it struck me a week ago. I didn't send you guys a sound. I didn't want to have that conversation then. It just wasn't appropriate. But there was sound after Cal's 3-run home run last week. He had about 3 minutes with the media and in the scrum and everything else. And he said, you know what, when you play the game the right way, when you run to first, when you just play the game the right way, the game kind of rewards you.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, I know he's not speaking directly to Randy. I know he's not. And that'd be, totally presumptuous of me. But that is his wiring, right? That's the way he plays.
It's not working for him.
No, it is certainly not.
The game is not rewarding him for it at the moment.
No, it is not. So then what do you do? Then what card do you play?
Mm-hmm.
Then you get an off day yesterday, right? You have Mitch Garver in the lineup yesterday, right? I mean, you just have somebody who has nowhere near the talent nor the ceiling that you do, but you're not doing it, and it's not getting done. And it's not getting done from the player's perspective, and obviously that reflects on Dan and the leadership.
Yep.
And that comes with the job when you're the manager and the guys aren't responding.
All right. There's a lot to think about, and we will continue to talk about this throughout the week. Hopefully they end the conversation by just winning a couple of games in LA. It could happen.
Perfect.
Of course it would. And wouldn't be the most surprising thing. Are you going to be shocked if they win 2 out of 3 in LA? I'll be surprised. Don't get me wrong. They're not playing very good ball right now.
I'll be surprised, but I wouldn't be
shocked?
No.
Yeah, of course they did. Of course they went and
They
won.
were the only team to, at the time, have beaten the Braves in a series.
Right. And the Cardinals, they're going to go out there and watch them win 2 out of 3 and we'll be like, I can't believe we had this conversation on Thursday or Tuesday, whatever day is today.
But if they don't and they get swept and they play this lifeless brand of ball on the road.
Oh, you got a really big problem then. All right. We'll come right back with everything you need to know next.
Just 6 days out from the trade deadline.
We honestly don't know yet what direction this is going to go.
This might be that time to once again go for it.
I agree. Now's the time for the Mariners to go out and be aggressive.
Deadline countdown, 7 days.
An additional bat would go a long way. Yeah, I can see this going down.
Stay plugged in as the Mariners approach the trade deadline with Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
The champs are back.
Really excited to get going.
Nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of your Super Bowl champions, Seattle Sports.
Tim Hunter, a lifelong local radio host, underwent Swedish CyberKnife treatment for prostate cancer. What's it like to go through the CyberKnife treatment?
You do a 5-day-in-a-row stint. You go to the Swedish hospital. They say set aside 45 minutes for each treatment. It's really only about 35 minutes of that little robotic arm dancing around you. There's no pain involved. It was just too easy.
Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate.
CyberKnife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
I move mountains for a living. Literally.
That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
Ready to relax, unwind, and feel your best? The Spa Warehouse Summer Savings Expo is on now. Enjoy big savings on in-stock hot tubs and swim spas. Hot tubs start as low as $3,999 with savings up to $3,000 on select models. Score incredible deals on in-stock swim spas. Save up to $7,700. Plus, interest-free financing through 2028 on approved credit. The expo ends this Friday. Don't delay. Your best life starts at the Spa Warehouse.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Brock, if there wasn't already a lot of pressure on the Mariners to go into L.A. and try to beat the best team in baseball, the Dodgers, at least take 2 out of 3 in this series, I would say that has been ratcheted up even more by the 3 losses out of 4 in Texas. And then hearing what Jeff Passan just had to say about the Mariners and specifically, you know, where they are at and what they should be doing to try to make themselves better.
It's incredible how I can say what I said a week ago, watch this team play, and come away with a completely different perspective. Because let's just say we were to completely Men in Black brain zap everybody and show them a game played by the Seattle Mariners. Looking at them, you would say this is like a 75-win team. They just look absolutely terrible right now.
He went farther than that.
We are approaching the 2/3 mark of this season, guys. It's going to happen tonight. The 108th game will be played. And the Seattle Mariners are going to be under 500 with essentially a neutral run differential. And how they wound up here, to me, speaks to something a little bit deeper. And sometimes you reach a point with a group of players where things need, like, you got to change it up. You got to change up the mix in there. And I almost wonder if it's a matter of changing up the mix, because I'm not sure that they're going to change up the thing that they really should, which is the manager.
And last year, so because this time the change needed was good vibes. They had added Naylor, brought some of that edge. That was a clubhouse that I think they all looked at, Dan and Jerry and Justin, that needed a little more, needed good vibes to come back. And it played an enormous role in getting them to Game 7 of the ALCS. What does this crew need? I got a text before Jeff's interview from a really good, wise friend of mine, very successful businessman. He's the least hot taker ever, but he's just kind of one of those old souls and wise guy that I'll lean into, sounding board. And he texted me before that interview. He said, Brock, I went to a couple of the M's games while here in Texas. The M's look like a team in September that's out of the playoffs, no energy, no urgency. It's exactly what I felt in Tampa Bay in person, out on the road. And that's exactly what they played to at 22-32, out on the road, 10 games under 500, out on the road this season. Something needs to happen. Something in that clubhouse, something from within would be the easiest. Something from within would be the easiest, and we have said that for weeks, if not months.
I think I know who that is that texted you.
I don't think you do, actually.
I think I do.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll ask off the air, but I think I do. I think I actually do. M's and Dodgers tonight. Game 1, it's Luis Castillo, followed by Hancock and Miller the next 2 nights to try to turn this ship around and do it real quick.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right. Well, then Jeff also talked there about the trade deadline, Brock. I mean, like he says, if you're not going to go down the managerial route, then do you do something different at the trade deadline rather than just a straight buy? Do you change the mix? I don't know what that means. I mean, Randy comes up because he's in the last year of his deal. We've obviously talked a lot about Cal. You're not going to trade Cal Raleigh. Josh Naylor, I mean, like, he's got a lot of time left now on a deal that he just signed here. Josh hasn't hit a home run in, what'd you say, 34 games?
33 games.
I mean, like, maybe that. I don't even know what that looks like. I don't know
George
how else
Kirby, who struggles again emotionally, gives up home runs last night and just gets shattered. It feels like with every home run that you internally know and have not seen that growth and development from him.
I mean, there just aren't a lot of options, and it's because of what Jeff said. Like, you look at the roster, and it's pretty good. It's not perfect, but it's a pretty good roster. It's not one you want to dismantle. Yeah, I would just say the thing that has been most frustrating there is just, the Mariners, when they hired Dana, Jeff said this, there was an expectation that some of the stuff that he was new. Here it is. This was Jeff.
It's a whole suite of things that managers need to do these days. And Dan Wilson, when he took over, was put in a very difficult position. He didn't have any experience doing any of these things, particularly at the major league level. And so the learning curve can take a little while. But what progress has there been? What growth has been seen? And most of all, like, how has that manifested itself positively on the Mariners in terms of their one-loss record?
I think a season ago, they won over 90-something games again, but it has just fallen, unfortunately, very, very flat here in 26.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I hope we're not having this same conversation about the Seahawks, who come into a season with tremendous expectations as well. And in their case, obviously, coming off of a Super Bowl win. Mike Macdonald wasn't, psyched about the way they practiced yesterday. He kind of alluded to that right afterwards.
These days when the 12s are all out here, it's really special. But today was still great. Weather's awesome. Guys are in good spirits. A lot of stuff we need to work on. We're not a long way to go, but just let's focus on what we got to do next. So I'd like to finish practice a little bit better tomorrow to finish out this ramp period, and then we'll get a day off and be back in pads on Thursday.
Doesn't sound like a bad interception from Milroe ended practice. It's one of those things, and you talked about this, and what's hard for Jalen is he's running with the threes, and he's got people in his face or whatever. That's a decision. I watched it. I watched in mandatory camp a throw late to the flat, pick six. You can't do that.
Yep.
Those are decisions that just kill you. And for a program that's about the ball and about situations and about efficiency and all of that, yeah, I'm sure he loves when his defense gets an interception, but not at the cost of a really, really poor decision.
Not the way he wanted that thing to end. All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Today's been a heavy day. Let's lighten it up with some Answer the Question Jerk, I think, to end the show.
Good luck on that.
No, we're going to do it. Just what we're going to do. We just are. 866-979-3776. Beautiful summer day, Brock. 866-979-3776. Any question, any subject. I know that given the tenor of today's show, it's going to be 100. Like, what should the Mariners do with Dan Wilson? All right. Thanks. See if you can go in another direction maybe for a few minutes.
Who's your favorite libertarian, Salk?
Well, you have to understand the different. Whatever. We're not going to get into that either. All right. Well, you want to talk political philosophers? Fine. You want to get into, what do we always say? What's our favorite thing? Etiquette? Etiquette's usually a good way to just get people going on the Answer the Question Jerk. Food
dating,
stuff.
Etiquette, wife.
Thank you.
Parenting.
All of that stuff. Husband. 866-979-3776. Any question on almost any subject. We'll do it after we take a look back at Game 7, Week 7 of the Seahawks season, leading into the bye. The game you probably forgot. Next.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about
your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy, next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years, guaranteed? Well, thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net. Slow drain? Backed up toilet? Call Day and Night to save $100 off any drain cleaning.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. From a slow drain to a major backup, no drain is too big or too small. Whether we're your first choice or smart second opinion, I guarantee our experts will solve any drain problem, day or night.
Now get $100 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
The Boeing Classic welcomes the world's greatest golf legends to the Pacific Northwest, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Watch Masters champions and Golf Hall of Famers compete for a $2.3 million purse at the only PGA Tour champion stop in the region. Bring the whole family and make sure to check out the Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BoeingClassic.com to get yours today.
Did you know that 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state? I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide financial support for breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Join us at Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 23rd at the Somme Hotel in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon of inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 23rd at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
The champs are back.
Really excited to get going.
Nobody covers Seahawks training camp like the home of your Super Bowl champions, Seattle Sports.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Toyota of Kirkland is going all in on the Corolla Cross. This July, lease a 2026 Corolla Cross L for $319 a month for 36 months with just $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible dealership is worth seeing in person. And with this offer on the Corolla Cross, their fantastic team will set you up with the test drive and you can drive it home the same day. Visit them in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. Offers valid through August 3rd, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Not all roofs are created equal, and not all warranties are either. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Right now, take advantage of free lifetime Golden Pledge warranties on all GAF shingle installations and save up to $3,000 or choose 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Summertime savings won't last forever. Protect your home with a roof you can count on for decades. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we need more questions, Brock. Not enough, I'll be honest. Not enough questions yet for Answer the Question Jerk, but we do have an either-or question that I am really struggling to answer.
Okay.
I don't know how I'm going to, what side of this I will come down on.
Two little tidbits.
866-979-3776. We need more questions, please. 866-979-3776. Yes, two
tidbits.
Yes.
Number one, news breaking here at the University of Washington. Kind of cool news. We know that the former voice, is now down. Tony is down with Tampa Bay, so there was a need to fill Tony Castricone's shoes. Who was going to be the new play-by-play voice at the University of Washington? It is someone we both know, Elise Woodward.
Oh, awesome.
How cool is that?
Very
cool. Going to become the new voice of
that's
Washington
so great.
football. Isn't that awesome?
That
Basketball.
is really truly one of the nicest people in this business.
And she's been on the sidelines there for decades.
Oh, that's awesome.
And decades as a sideline reporter. She's done amazing work in the broadcast booth all over ESPN and Fox for decades on the basketball side of things. So
that's
good
really
on you,
cool,
Patcha, and everybody else involved on that. I would co-sign on that.
That is really, really cool. I did not know that. Thanks for
that's
thanks for
bright and
informing
sunny.
me.
Well, it just came out. Yeah, I just
that
saw
is
it.
Bright and sunny.
I'm
a big Elise fan. She's great.
Secondly, along the lines of Answer the Question Jerk, you know what is an underrated breakfast food?
An underrated breakfast food? Avocado toast?
Chorizo.
The sausage?
Yes. When chorizo is done right in breakfast burritos and such, and in hashes.
Rated.
No.
It's appropriately rated.
So when done right,
it's fine. It's good. It's appropriately rated. It's not overrated, but it's not underrated.
It just doesn't get
fine.
It just doesn't get its due. That's all I'm
Well, we do need more questions, please. So if you got to answer the questions, your questions 866-979-3776. We have been going through this daily at 9:30, Brock. These are the Seahawks games from 2025, most of which I didn't remember all that well. However, this is the last one I really didn't remember at all. And it's not entirely my fault. Thank you for everyone who reminded me that this Seahawks Week 7 win, 27-19 over Houston, was in the middle of Game 7 of the Mariners ALCS. So I don't know that I don't remember. I'm sure there was some going back and forth and something was on the computer, but I was not watching this game with nearly the same sort of attention that I would normally have for a Seahawks game. So I went back, rewatched the highlights last night. Here's what I can tell you. More great defense. Dominated the game defensively. Nearly had a safety right off the bat. It was like at the 1-inch line. They had 3 sacks. They had 10 tackles for a loss. I mean, they were just constantly in Houston's backfield, just nonstop. 10 tackles for a loss. Plus, they had 12 passes defensed and a pick. So, I mean, what they did defensively, Brock, was just completely dominant. Here's some Leonard Williams.
3rd down and 1 handoff to Marks, and he's going nowhere. He doesn't even get back to the line of scrimmage. Leo Williams, they're all up there. Chenna, Jay Reed, a loss of a yard, going to bring up 4th down.
Yeah, that was an introduction to the Seahawks defense, taking what they did in Jacksonville and even ramping it another step. This is where the power rankings started to look at this crew and said, well, hold on just a second. Mike Macdonald may have something here. Like, this crew is ferocious defensively. 7 sacks a week before in Jacksonville made C.J. Stroud's life miserable. Absolutely decapitated that offensive line. And that's a bad offensive line a season ago in Houston, and you just exposed all of that. Yeah, it was on that side of the ball one of their more dominant efforts of the entire season.
They really did tear it up, and it was just sort of nonstop. That was Leonard Williams, DeMarcus Lawrence got involved.
He's going to stay out there with the ball on their side of the 50. Let's see if they're just going to try to get the Seahawks to jump off sides. Stroud under center. No, they're going to run a play. They're going to hand it off to Marks. He's not going to get there. He's going to lose yardage. The Seahawks defense steps up. 2 big plays. Chenna on the tackle. He read it perfectly. Jay Reed was there. A loss of a yard. And now the Seahawks have the ball in great field position.
The reason I like that one is just the Rabel talking like, and this guy is there, and that guy is there, and this guy was a part of it, and that guy, like, just the team mentality that they had in that game, and was obviously not just that game, but the whole season. It really came through watching all of these gang tackles and just
and if my
6
memory,
guys at the ball every time.
My memory kind of serves me correctly, like they did to so many quarterbacks last season, Salk. I mean, they made their life miserable.
Yes.
Right, Brock Purdy missed time after their game, right, knocked him around with a toe and shoulder. C.J. Stroud very quickly thereafter stopped playing. Davis Mills came in, kind of saved their season. And then even when Stroud came back, was a shell kind of what he had been his previous 2 seasons, and that beating was a part of it. They just beat up so many quarterbacks over the course of the year, and were just no fun. I think I said that to you once. I said it to you 100 times over the course of last year. That's not fun. I don't want to go play that guy. It's like facing Miz from Milwaukee. I don't want to face or Otani or any of the Littler. I don't want to. That's no fun.
Right.
I don't enjoy any part of that. And C.J. Stroud left that stadium going, I never want to see that again.
Yeah, I mean, they dominated this game. The final score didn't necessarily show it, Brock, and you said it was kind of a slog. That's true, but this was a blowout. It just didn't have that as a final score. 2 fumbles and a block kick. That was the only reason why it wasn't a blowout. And one of those fumbles occurred in the end zone, right? Drake Thomas, I think it was, had it in the end zone, fumbled it back, and so it was a touchback. But they completely destroyed them defensively and offensively. It was another really good game, 100-plus yards for JSN, of course, and a play that you might remember, not just for the touchdown, but for how he celebrated it after.
1st and 10. Inside the 15, looks, throws, fires to the end zone. Ball is caught. Touchdown, Seahawks. Dunking it over the bar is Jackson Smith and Jigba. And flags go down because you can't do that as he grabbed the bar. And that can make the whole goalpost wiggle and get out of alignment. But the touchdown stands. The 4th touchdown of the year for JSN from 11 yards out.
Yeah, I do remember that one.
That's the dunk on the goalpost. Yeah, you can't do that.
No.
It was still awesome. It was still pretty sweet. So that was kind of it, Brock. I mean, like this was kind
Houston
of
was good, man. Will Anderson is good. That
Really
defense is good. Houston this year heading into the season in power rankings is right there with the Seahawks and the Broncos as the best defense in the game.
Yep.
Their front is really hard to block. I remember coming out of that game going, gosh, are the Seahawks going to be good enough to move people?
I mean, that was a playoff team, right? I mean, they didn't do very well in the playoffs, but that was a playoff team. And you're right. The offense didn't do a ton. They had trouble running the ball off and a very good defense, but the defense was so good that it just completely made up for it. After the game, Mike was talking about the Mariners.
Yeah, it's a bummer about the Mariners, man. It was a heck of a run, man. It was a heck of a run. I mean, as a special team, I really thought we were going to take care of business and go all the way, but they'll bounce back. They'll be back. It's a great team, man. They got a great core, and I didn't know about the game until I was walking out on the podium after. So it's a bummer to hear that.
It was, and that we were sort of talking about both things that morning, but we learned something that morning, Brock. The day after the Houston game, yes, we learned something. Do you know what it was? Can you guess what we learned the day after they played the Houston Texans?
No.
It was the first time we heard mob ties. We didn't know what that was.
It's an acronym. Our players came up with it. Jeez. So now you're insulting our players.
Oh, good.
No, I mean, look, our guys, they thought it was important to have how we want to operate and kind of it's our thing, you know. It means something to us. I mean, it's an acronym for mission over other stuff.
Okay.
And it's just it's a 12 as one type of play that our guys it's organic to our guys and something they believe in, and I think it's great.
It's our first experience with MOB, mission over bull.
And I think we just heard Cooper Kupp this morning still reference that. I don't know how many new acronyms we're going to get this year, organically or otherwise, because I think those ones are pretty set in stone. 12 is one, chasing edges, and mob. Mission over bull hunky. We're not going to go down that road. It's going to be all about the mission. And to once again hear Cooper just this morning reinforce those things as we're 3 days into training camp, as they'll go today, an off day, and then it starts to get real on Thursday. I'm so glad we're going to be out there and chatting with Mike and just actually watching football, because you're in shorts and you're in helmet and that's all wonderful, and you can't compete on passes and you can't do this or that. And my hunch, Salk, is Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
At the event's going to be.
It's going to be awesome.
I don't know if it's going to be quite Houston Texans kind of deal, but they're going to come out and usually have a big advantage.
Just to come back to that MOB idea again, I one of my favorite parts of this exercise, going through these games every day, has been seeing the foreshadowing of what would come later. It was the first time we heard the phrase. I don't think we knew that it would become as big as it would for them last year. But, man, was it ever important through the playoffs and into the Super Bowl.
That's right.
When you are solely focused on the mission instead of all the other garbage around it, it is so much easier. And we talked about it. Remember, over the next few weeks, it would come up, hey, well, Puka Nacua is, what is it, BOM?
Mm-hmm.
You're MOB. Mm-hmm. Right? He was bull over mission and continues to be.
Screaming from his locker room and lying about it and saying stupid stuff.
And when you deal with the distractions around the Super Bowl and the 2 weeks of hype and all that, it sure helps to have right at the core of your philosophy the mission that you are going out and trying to achieve. So it was just mentioned to us for the first time then, but gosh, was it ever important. The other thing, and like every week we have sound of Mike being asked again about JSN, like, I don't know how many other ways I can say it. What was interesting this week, and maybe prescient or important to remember for this year, is what a job Kubiak had done putting JSN in the right spots.
Yeah, it's a great point. Clint, all of our guys are doing great job. Clint, Janoko, Pete's, Mac does a great job with it, but if one guy's just going to stand in one spot all the time and he runs from the same split, well, there's a lot of stuff on defense that we can do to manipulate how he gets the ball and things like that. But it's a testament to Jax to be able to move around. It's not easy. Play multiple positions, different spots, all that, and our coaches too for making that seem simple and seamless and moving around where you can't just quote unquote cloud them all the time, or play cover 2 to them or play cover 4 to them or just play man, like. These are some answers. You double them. Okay, well, now you double them. Now somebody else is. So you got to keep the target moving, and you got to try to stay ahead of the curve. And so far, our guys have done that.
Yeah, he was in the backfield. He was in the slot. He was outside. He's in motion. He's bouncing from the backfield to the slot and everywhere else. And in every spot, we saw, where's Waldo? Where's JSN going to end up in this one? To Mike's point. So they can't just zero in and bracket and double and take him out of the progression. That dude was in the progression all year long, all the way to being the offensive player of the year.
All right, well, this was the last game before the bye, so I guess we won't do this tomorrow. We'll have a bye. No, we'll do it tomorrow. I'll skip week 8 and go right to week 9, which I think was that the follow-up game against Arizona? It might be. I think this is where you start getting into like the dominating Seahawks of like, oh my God, this defense is absurd, and they are like a really legitimate, serious challenger to win a Super Bowl. So can't wait. I've really enjoyed doing this every day, and we'll get another one.
We have Commanders next.
Oh yeah, you got to beat the Commanders. They dominated them too.
Bro, that was 38-0.
Yeah, it was a complete and utter spanking.
Rough. I know this is weird, but I'm going to give you a compliment.
Oh, please don't.
Whoa.
This was a really good idea.
Oh, thanks, Maura. Yeah. It is fun, isn't it?
After a Super Bowl season, you want to relive that. Remember how they got there. We're not running it forward quite yet. They can run it forward.
What's Brock, the David and Goliath thing, right? Taking your weaknesses and turning them into strengths.
Yeah.
Taking my lack of memory and complete inability to remember what the hell happened last year and turning it into the strength of this show, Mara. That's what we do here. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's answer some questions.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
I'm going to be glowing the rest of the day. Mara, wow, you really made me feel good. Thank you.
Glowing like Brock is today?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you're watching on YouTube, Brock's the one glowing there, but I'll be glowing the rest of the day. I'm going to get a glow up.
Well, Dave Wyman's been a big fan, too.
Wyman likes it?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Dave. That's nice. It's nice to hear all the Rabel and Wyman calls. That's part of the fun.
Agreed.
All right. Well, thank you. That is very nice. I appreciate it. It has been really fun. And, you know, we've still got a lot of fun games left to cover. We're not even halfway there. Some answer the questions, your questions, Brock. And I've been since this one came in, I don't have an answer. I can't decide.
Is it either or one?
Jerks. Which is better? Water park or floating a river? I know what Brock's going to say. For Brock, this is easy.
What are we talking
For
about?
Brock, this is
It's easy
simple.
for me, too.
Brock is going to say floating the river because he's disgusted by the idea of there potentially being a Band-Aid at the water park.
Potential. They're all over the place.
Well, and you have to wait in line for everything.
no lines at
You can
the-
float the river with a cooler, have a drink. Like, you
You're
don't have to wait
waiting
in
in line behind some
You can have snacks.
sloppy,
I think that you guys might, some of you guys might be
hairy-
a little biased because Seattle doesn't have great water parks. It's not like a big water park area. Like, have you ever been to like Six Flags down in Arizona?
I've been to Waterworld in Denver.
And you're still going to float in the river?
So when you're in line behind some
really
big
like
grizzly
Feet are
bear,
on the scalding pavement waiting in line.
I really like a good water
butt crack sticking halfway out of his shorts.
What do you think you're seeing while you're floating the river?
Sunscreen
Cooler
in and
full of
out,
beers.
in and out of his back hair, like ugh.
Hour
What's wrong
on the
with back
water, just sitting there doing nothing.
I love my back hair.
Chilling.
Floating so good.
Look, I love floating a river. Don't get me wrong, but I am not just writing off a water. One of the greatest days Heather and I have ever had together. We both blew off work, called in sick, and went up to a water park up in New Hampshire and had so much fun. It was like one of the best days we've ever had together.
I also am a little claustrophobic, and those enclosed slides freak me out.
You're right about the grossness. The other factor, though, is depending on the river, it can have like wildlife in it, which is disgusting.
Stop it.
You run the risk of eels, snakes, fish. Ugh.
Bald eagles flying overhead. It's amazing.
I mean, that part's nice, but you could get that at, Wild Waves.
Could. R.I.P.
Still got the rest of this year. Not R.I.P. yet. It's on life support. All right, jerks, if you couldn't live in America anymore and wherever you would move to, you would automatically know the language, where would you go? I'm curious about Brock's answer.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good.
There are two, maybe three places that are easy for me to answer, but I'm curious what yours would be.
One of my favorite places I've been that I thought was completely livable was Barcelona.
I've never been
All
there.
of Spain is the best.
Italy was pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I could see you there.
Yeah, it's just so diverse. Right, it's a little bit like America that you got so many different. I'd probably land there. I'll probably land in Italy. Food.
I mean, I don't think I've ever been anywhere that I've more immediately said, okay, how do I move here than I was in Sydney, Australia. I got to Sydney and was like, okay, what do we do? Let's make this happen. Do they have sports radio here? What's the deal? Like, let's just make this work. That city is freaking awesome. I could live in Portugal. I could live in France. I could live in Japan. Like, there's a lot of places that I've been. I could find a way to live if I knew the language. And I may very well one day. I would love to.
Oh, you're going to be an expat?
I would love to experience that. Yeah, I would love to experience living in Portugal. That's always been something I've wanted to do. Yeah, for sure. I would like that. Salk, why does your voice sound like fingernails on a chalkboard? I don't know. That's a really good question. But thank you, Brad. That's really nice. Appreciate that. Thank you for taking away my,
he put his name
my
to it,
nice
did he?
glow that Moore had given me. You wanted food, Brock? What is your favorite fruit crisp / cobbler?
Ooh.
So this takes away like a banana cream pie or something like that. It's just fruit. It's, I don't want to be generic, but Really hard to beat a really good apple.
I was going to say apple with with ice cream. Yeah.
Peach cobbler in a Dutch oven.
It's good. It's good. Dutch oven. I will say, I even like the apple pie / apple crisp with the cheddar cheese like they do in Vermont. It's pretty good.
Strawberry rhubarb.
Yeah, it's really good too.
Pretty good.
Because you get that sweet and the bitter. It's really good.
That's way up there.
Yeah. You ever had the rhubarb pie at Copper River Inn out by, it's like the last establishment before you hit Rainier. It's the best rhubarb pie, I think, in the state. It's unbelievable.
We've done some rhubarb chicken where you use rhubarb in more of a savory dish. It works pretty well.
And yes, people, that is Ian who does Round Down.
Yes.
That is Ian of Round Down fame from Here's the Thing last week.
Jerks, loading your dishwasher, do you go silverware handles up or handles down? I no longer have this question because we have the third rack on top. We have a dishwasher with a third.
Fancy.
That's not fancy. It's just different.
Fancy schmancy.
I don't think it's fancier.
You could turn that thing on from afar, can't you?
Well, I can only turn. I hate I got a text this morning from my dishwasher. My best friend, the dishwasher, texts me every day.
I go tines down, spoon down.
Oh, interesting.
Handle up.
I used to go tines up.
Because I feel like the water and the pressure and the soap and everything comes from the bottom up. It's really hit that hard.
Really hit that hard.
A lot of thought goes into that.
All I can tell you is there's 4 people in my family and only one of them loads the dishwasher with any thought and process.
What?
Everyone puts stuff into the dishwasher, but only one of them has any thought process behind it. Everyone else just dumps crap in there.
Love that, Cecily.
You know, it's not her. Oh, actually, you know what? It might be her, although hers seems to be to specifically make it hard for everybody else to put stuff in the dishwasher.
Oh, that's nice.
Jerks, if you could only have one single flavor of ice cream to eat for the rest of this summer, what would it be? Melting Hope vanilla? Couch crying caramel? It was not meant to be fudge? Maybe I need the Mariners to win 3 games in LA and raise my Trident levels. That's funny. One ice cream, Brock.
Mint chocolate chip.
That's a good safe bet.
Yeah, it's hard to go wrong.
I would agree. That's that, and then probably followed by cookies and cream the easiest 2 things to get right. Not always the highest upside.
No.
But almost never going to be wrong. Jerks, who's the best regular guest? Shannon Dreyer, G. Scott, or Brady Henderson? Well, that's just hard to answer.
Brady just said yes to coming on tomorrow, so we should probably just pick him.
All right. Brady. Tomorrow it will be Brady.
Yeah.
On Friday it will be G. Thursday it might be Shannon. I love all 3 of them. They're all fun in different ways.
Pretty pointed today if you missed that. That was... Yeah. I got a fair amount of texts after that. I did.
That's nice. You know people that listen to the show.
Uh-huh.
No, I get
and your guess
text.
was wrong, by the way. To the people out there.
You told me I got it
wrong.
wrong.
You thought you nailed it. You didn't.
Got it wrong.
Way to go.
Oh,
it's a good guess, though. It's a good guess.
I thought it was a good guess, just with the Texas thing.
Sure.
All right, I think we got to start getting
That's
out
it?
of here. Yeah, I think so. Jerks, question out of left field. What was your first video game system? Original Nintendo for me. I mean, I played Atari, but I didn't have one.
What was Pong?
Atari.
Yeah.
Did you have an Atari at home?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I always hear about your double wide, so I'm surprised you guys could afford that.
Well, it was a gift. Hand me down.
Obviously. A hand me down Atari.
Yeah, the joystick didn't fully work.
Of course
but
not.
Yeah.
It's like 1984.
Fine. Sure. Thanks to the Plex.
Did you have for Atari the spinning joystick, like the wheel joystick? That thing was awesome. That's what you needed for Pong and Space Invaders. Sure. And River Run. All right, we got to go. Speaking of floating the river. Tomorrow, Brady Henderson. I gotta digest everything that happened today. I need some time to sit and think. So I'll see if we can get that done. Brock, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay.
Are you sitting and thinking?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. In the bar.
All day. That's where the hay is. See you.
In a dark room.
Goodbye.
Get to the chopper!
Stick around for Bumpin' Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did. Wow.
Your defense, slaying like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
our number one thing with them is always like, hey, welcome someone in and assure them that they're in the right place. We're going to take care of them.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. See our current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Thinking about a new roof or exterior upgrade, but worried about the cost? This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. We've created our summertime savings event to make it simple and affordable. Save up to $3,000 off your exterior project or get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. And every qualifying GAF roof is backed by our lifetime Golden Pledge warranty. One call gets you started. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Hey, it's John Curley with my friend Bob Stelton. Hey, Bob, you had a hip issue just like me. You went to see Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports Regenerative Medicine. What did he tell you?
You got a torn labrum, you got a frayed ligament, you've got arthritis developing. He said, this isn't going to fix everything, but it will go a long way. I was walking around at about an 8 pain level. I couldn't walk that far before the pain would kick in, and it was impacting my workouts and just really impacting my day-to-day stuff beyond jiu-jitsu.
So, just like me, Dr. Wagner does stem cell on your hip. How you feeling now?
I feel like I've gotten back to being who I was prior to the injuries, which was somebody who's very active, loves being out there outside when the weather's great, being on the motorcycle, sparring in jiu-jitsu, working out. I can do all of those things now.
So whether it's a shoulder, a hip, a wrist, knee, or elbow, before you choose surgery, see our friend, Dr. Wagner first. He'll tell you if stem cell is right for you. drmarkwagnermd.com. Make an appointment at drmarkwagnermd.com.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Prices